Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
No, I updated OBS and now my stream deck's weird. You're supposed to have to manually click stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little burned out. But I don't know, I'm like weirdly tired today. Ugh. But we gotta work on stuff. We gotta do it. We gotta get this stuff trimmed gold. We gotta prep that. It's gonna take a minute. Let me find my brown that I use for this. Maybe we use black speed paint. If we base it black, we're still doing the gold over top of it. And this black speed paint goes into stuff. That's pretty nice. I gotta get some video. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted. man. It's been fun to work on. This is kind of the busy work portion, though, of working on a model like this. Because, like, there's a sequence of things I definitely want to take part in that'll make it look good. So, like, that's just mechanical work, right? Work properly. Speed paint on flat surfaces is usually a dumb idea. We got the bright, glowy green inside the grill as well, which is nice. I like that we did that. I like that I actually took the time to just quickly airbrush paint some white on it and then paint it glowing green with actual fluorescence. Works out. Looks good too. Real good. Which is kind of what you always want. You always want whatever you're doing to feel like have like the level of detail, right, that you actually kind of want on it. I could have just painted it black and called it a day. No one would have cared. You'd look in the grill, you wouldn't really see anything. You're like, alright, yeah, that's fine, whatever. But no, glowing green, baby. Let's do it. Is now it's all busy work. Like there's a good chance by the end of the stream today we'll probably only have the gold trim down for this, and that's it. And that'll be enough. I'll be okay with that. Good chance I'm not streaming tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. I got stuff to do in the day that's already kind of scheduled that takes up like a good chunk of the day at like random intervals, which sucks. But I do kind of hope to stream a lot this week just to get this project done, because I do really want to try to get a game in this weekend with this list. So, I mean, we're kind of at that point where like I'm looking over at the two armigers that I have that I'm working on as war dogs, and I'm like, I kind of want to just take them home so that in my downtime I can get them done. Like I can just plow through it. Finish it all up.
the street lights lit this town like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight we gonna let
What's up, Wendy?
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight we gonna let it up. Tonight we gonna let it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it up.
I can wash this with Jirachi purple. That's really what makes this, in my opinion. Depends on the vehicle. Definitely try to do the bulk of the work with either a spray paint primer that's colored in the color that you want, or just airbrush. And then try to, if you have a big dry brush, that always helps. That's a massive boon to vehicle painting, is having like a huge dry brush. Because if you decide you want to just like start it painted either white primer or black primer, applying the faction color you have with just a massive brush, doing some big broad strokes, is usually a good idea. Vehicles can be hard, but they can also just be easy, depending on the approach you take, right? Like the whole premise is, you know, try to do whatever you're doing with the least amount of effort.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that.
Yeah, and I mean, well, even with Death Copters, you can do some crazy cool stuff. Like there's whole worlds of just like amazing ways to push vehicle painting that I don't even touch on with my vehicle painting. I watched a video today of someone making one of those like buggies that the orcs have, and they spray painted the engine parts to look like the engine was glowing orange and yellow, like it was like almost molten, kind of like that super overcharged metal look. Oh, it looks so good. And none of my vehicles are painted that way. Kind of want to try to paint something that way, but you know, I'll do it when I have the need to do it. They even sub-assembled, like the bulk of the parts that they used, they sub-assembled because of the glowing. But they wanted the glowing to be very specific. Yeah, you can get them from Hobby Lobby, Amazon. There's an art store near me called Jerry's. They sold. That's where I bought my airbrush from that I've been using. It, like, seriously, I bought 2 airbrushes, like the actual tool and then the compressor for like $150, $200. It was super cheap. Definitely a good way to start because it's a decent compressor. Like, it does what it needs to do. It's a 2 setting. I can either go constant pressure or I can go retained pressure. Which is perfect. And at any point I could pick up like a good airbrush, but I've been using their basic ass airbrush that I bought from them that they don't even sell anymore. They only sell gravity loader airbrushes now. Like, well, not gravity, it's the other one. The friggin' the underslung one, which could be fine. I've never used one before. I might pick it up just to try it. But like, I want to try the Badger one. There's some pretty cool airbrushes on the market that are engineered very well. I will say, my buddy has like one of the top end brushes, the Iwata brushes. It's good. It's a lot easier to clean than my brush. It does seem to apply things a lot smoother. You have like a little more control, I feel like, with it than my brush, but like, this is one of those fun situations in creativity where if you choose to start with something that's kind of like works, right? Like if you can start with the Rolls Royce of airbrushes and you don't have to like learn things, I think. Like there's like a level to it of like, oh well, it's an Iwata, therefore I just have to, use it and it'll do what it does, and it's like I'm barely there. That's not the case. It will cover you for a lot of stuff, but then like having to push yourself to do the best you possibly can with like a mid-tier to low-tier version of the product, it feels like it makes you kind of ready, right? Like when you pick up the better product and it's like, hey, you don't have to clean this nearly as much, and the ability for you to control paint output when you spray is a lot better. It's like, oh, well, I'm prepared as hell for this because I already have really good needle control. I have really good centering control. I recognize when certain paints are doing things wrong and I need to apply like flow improver and stuff to them. So like I've already got all that built up as information. So like, even though the use of it will be better, the knowledge base I've gained from having like a matte brush, I feel like is a super good experience. And for cheap too, the brush was like $20. It's a lot, you'll feel a lot better wrecking a $20 airbrush versus like a $150 airbrush basically. Like you can run the $20 airbrush into the ground, and then when you're done with it, you're like, oh, okay, now I know what not to do. Let me go buy that $150 airbrush now. the airbrush is super useful. Weirdly, I've still heard, like, there's still that weird group of people in tabletop gaming that for some reason dislike people that use airbrushes in their work. I don't understand it. There's still like this level of just like, just use slap chop, just use a brush, and it's like, why? I have a tool at my disposal. It's not unaccessible as it used to be. Why would I shrink my functionality as a painter to appease your dislike of people who use airbrushes? Which is still, like, no matter how often I'm trying to like internally rationalize, like, why would someone prefer like you never to use an airbrush? It's like, what's the point? Airbrushes make things super fast. You can achieve things with them that you can't normally achieve. So good. Like this magenta to blue blend that I do on all of my nights, you could do it with just a brush, but it will take you some time versus the airbrush, which took me like 2 minutes. Probably the fastest part of airbrushing these things. Yeah, if you're stuck with slap chop, it's fine. My friend and I, this is the weird part. My friend and I used to do slap chop back before it was named. Like, this is one of those things where it was like so second nature to us that we just did it. My friend started linking me like painting videos to ask about like processes and stuff. And he showed me the slap chop stuff, and I was like, dude, we used to do, you and I used to just do that. Like, slap chop was our second nature for painting. When we were kids, like, when we were just playing around trying to, you know, make 40K models ready for tabletop, we were actively slap chopping things without knowing it. Because, like, it just wasn't named. I don't know if they're jealous. I think they're just like, there's this intrinsic thing in human beings wherever we want it to be hard, right? Like, we want whatever we're doing to be like, oh, I traveled through coals and hot fire to get here. It's like, why? There's a path over there you can just take. It's like, yeah, but I did it the hard way. It's like, all right. I was here an hour before you. I don't know. And for some reason in like miniature painting, it's like weirdly exacerbated as something people want to focus on. It's just needing to paint stuff the hard way. Like, for a lot of people, making a perfect OSL with a brush instead of an airbrush is like that. It's so much cooler. And sure, it can be. Being able to properly fade a light source out and make it look perfect, like it's actually being cast from a single point, that's nice. It'll also take you hours to like do properly. Why not just do it in like 2 seconds? You don't have to, well, that's the thing, it's not about not like, it's just so easy. Like, it's one of those, like, do you not like having more time to yourself? Like, it's that kind of feeling. Just like, you prefer, like, being done a 4-hour paint session and only being done like a small thing that you were working on as opposed to like all of it. I mean, I guess maybe. Can't really like fault people for wanting that kind of thing. The thing I want is to be able to put this on a table this Saturday and play with it. Which, if I didn't use an airbrush, it wouldn't look anywhere near as good as it's about to. Or come out as efficiently as it's about to. I'd probably still be dry brushing the gold on. That's already on all the parts. Like, you'd black prime it, and then I'd have to do all the gold. Although people would be like, oh, you just get Retributor gold. Just buy the primer. It's kind of doing it with an airbrush without doing it with an airbrush. I don't know. Feels weird, man. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Pretty sure I got most of it. Guess I missed a couple spots. This whole area back here. Fine. Doing correctionary painting is always something you gotta kind of focus on. Be ready to do it at any point. You can. It's always up to you, man. There's a pretty serious drive for a lot of people to try to make their models at least look like they're doing stuff on a planet with like grime and things. People usually like dropping rust on stuff or, you know, grime effects, streaking. Like they prefer stuff to look weathered, right? Like it's been around. It's been fighting a long battle. It's not fresh off the supply line. Just getting out into the war for the first time. There's like a sense of joy of having like oh, this tank looks like it's been in 1,000 wars, which means you'll probably not kill it because of how good the crew is that they've been able to keep it going this long. Which is always funny to me because usually by the end of every Warhammer game, like almost all of everyone's stuff is dead. Like, you're making your stuff look like it's fought in a century-long war so that it could die today in a small skirmish. I think it's funny. It's one of those internal things I like to laugh at occasionally. Like when you've got the tanks with like the little markings on the side of like a cannon or something, and they're like, yeah, it's just like in World War II where tanks would mark on the side like how many tanks they've killed and blah blah blah, and it's like, cool. Turn 1, my Mutilus Vortex Beast spits at your tank, kills it. Man, that was a lot of tanks your tank killed that meant nothing in the end because it died in one shot from a giant warped twisted beast that does way too much damage. Yeah, people, I mean, it's fine. It looks cool. It definitely looks cool. I made my my Iron Warrior kill team get weathered. Like, I applied a lot of like grime, rust effects, nihilic oxide and stuff. Like, I did a lot. I did that with my Death Guard too, and it looks good. Getting the right balance of weathering effect on a model is just great. It really does feel good by the time you're done working on it. And you're doing salamanders, fun thing you can do. So there's some guides online that show you how to do the burn effect. I don't know if you've ever done the burn effect. I think it's speed paints mostly. I think Leviathan blue and Shyish purple maybe. And you can also use a little bit of like a texture paint, kind of like typhus. It's a typhus corrosion. Typhus corrosion is a kind of a paint that has like very fine particulate in it, so that when it dries, it looks crusty. So what you can do is you can take typhus corrosion, put it on the end of your flamethrowers and your meltas, wait for it to dry, and then go over it with a little bit of like the Leviathan blending into the purple. That way it looks like it's crusty and kind of like burnt metal at the same time. Or you can do the burn effect and then apply the crust over top of it to look like it's getting charred. Let me see if I can. I don't have any of it myself because I don't really do that much. I don't really use meltas and flamers like that. But let me see if I can find it for you. Boop, 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 boop. 40k. Burn effect. Yeah, muzzle burn. Here we are. So if you look up how to do muzzle burn effect, you'll find some cool stuff. But basically, oh, perfect. Open image. It's this. So you start with the metal, usually a silver, and then you can pick a series of speed paints, usually a blue, a purple, maybe a yellow or an orange, and then you kind of work backwards, right? Like you just do the blue and then you kind of blend in the purple, and you can do that. This is kind of it. There's a bunch of different options and things you can do to like make it work better or make it look slightly different or alternative. Including adding the grime afterwards and then dry brushing the grime with black a little bit to make it look like it's charred on the end. But it's a big thing. And if you're playing salamanders, I would personally say, like, look into it. See what you can do with the burn, muzzle burn. Because that is salamanders. Like, that's quintessential salamanders is muzzle burn. And if you can find a cool way to like do it quickly and have it look effective, oh, it's so good. Because you're getting all those, like, you're the one on the Discord, right? That's getting like all the incinerators and everything. You're gonna have so much stuff to put muzzle burn on, man. I don't envy you, but also it'll look really cool.
Stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change. Never change.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good way to approach things. You can look up how to get like proper effects done for things like fire, burn, and stuff like that. You can just look around online and find some cool stuff. Cause like you're the one that posted. I think that's the Vulcan Heston model, right? Like he has that torch on his back, and there's like there's ways you can do it with like thinned down paints and like white ink or white paint in general, where you can just paint the fire white and then hit it with like a thinned down yellow or orange and just make it hyper bright versus the rest of the unit. Like there's cool things you can do. It's probably, like, in my opinion, it's probably one of like my favorite elements of the Salamanders is just the idea of fire, right? Like the idea of having all the lighting effects, cast lights, torches. It's the same thing with word bearers for chaos. It's like there's a level of it where if I were to be serious with word bearers, I would want to do a lot with like glowing effects. Honestly, if I made a word bearer army, I'd want to get amazing with an etching tool so I could actually etch all the armor plates. That way when I'm done painting their base painting, I could I could put capillary white or capillary bright orange into those and just do it. Yeah, he looks like one of the leaders. I couldn't remember if he was Adrax or Vulcan Heston. Vulcan's really good. The Salamanders player I played against with my Mutilate Vortex Beast list ran a Vulcan Heston, and it was a lot stronger than I expected. Granted, I should probably never expect frickin' Enlightened with spears to like handle heroes. They really shouldn't. They're gonna handle like basic units, basic champions, stuff like that, but I need to highly doubt that they're gonna handle heroes. Cause like I ran into that squad with my Enlightened and I was like, here we go. Swung down, I expected good things. I think I did like one wound, maybe. Oh no, he feel no pained out. He feel no pain with the wound out. It was like, oh, it was brutal. I was not surviving. Oh, nice. I guess someone's trying to like liquidate their Salamander's purchases. That's pretty cheap. Blood Angels is cool. My one friend wants to play Blood Angels. He's waiting for their rules to drop though. Although with the change that they made in the recent data slate, he saw that and he was like, oh, I could actually play them now. But I think he's trying to wait for any new models. He wants to do... His whole thing is he wants to play run it down mid teams. That's all he wants to do. He wants to get into combat turn one and just start rolling dice. Seeing how it plays out. So he went with like Sisters of Battle with like a lot of speed elements. He went with Custodes as well, but Custodes aren't really run it down mid, although I think I don't think he bought a vehicle for them. So he has the backline vehicles, which are good. But Custodies are notorious as like a turn 2 team. You'll be in combat in turn 2. But until then, enjoy the smooth jazz. People don't normally put any Custodies in transports. I don't even know if that's like easily possible. I think the main thing you do is you try to get a Land Raider for your leader squad, and that's about it. Custodies cost so much that you really can't like vehicle hoard. You can at best do like a single vehicle for transport, but then past that, whatever vehicles you take need to be meant for killing tanks from range. Like, that has to happen, or else you're going to let enemy tanks just run rampant. They're going to be able to outrun your squads. It's not good. It's not something you want. I would hate to be a Custodies player against a guy with like hover aircraft who can just fly around and do whatever the hell they want. That's just the person who's going to get all the missions done, while I do nothing. Makes that Forge World tank super required, which kind of sucks. That Forge World tank took a while to get back in stock. I want to point out that it's been 44 minutes since I started the stream. We are just about to finish doing the edge line work preparation, not even the actual color, preparation for one of the multiple plates of armor on this vehicle. Process isn't quick, but I do love the result. Try to do some fixing too. That's good for Tau players. Vespids sound fun. Sounds like a lot of people are really into the idea of Vespids too, which is, it's good that they then drop the Vespids at the same time. Because if the entire premise of it was focused almost exclusively on the Kroot. I mean, I could see that being kind of good. People do really like the Kroot. A lot of Kroot love going on. But it would have kind of sucked with by only being like, hey, only Kroot. All we're dealing with right now. We're just giving you guys Kroot. And that's it. That would have been fun. Alright, gotta wait for that to dry. Check out the paint job on the base. Ooh, looks so green and ethereal. I like it. Need to make sure that this outer edge is a solid black. Didn't really end up looking good. My black primer started like acting really weird by the end of this. It was it looked perfect on like the initial stuff. Like this guy came out really good with like minimal effort. And then I feel like near the end something about the black primer was just like, you know what, I give up. Out of nowhere, it was like, I don't really want to do this anymore. Because it started getting like really watery. Even though like I didn't add thinner to it. Like I didn't add any thinner to any of what I applied. I was just like, we'll let it roll. It's just super obnoxious. I was over here for at least like 30 minutes more because when I was done priming some of the stuff black, or some of the weapons and things for the little guys, the armigers, like I was just sitting here and I started looking at the weapons and they just started looking more and more gray. And I was like, oh no. So I had to wait for them to dry and then do like a second friggin' layer of black primer. It's never something you want to do. It just takes up more time. I think it was just the massive like weather shift. I think because when I got here, my black primer in the bottle was like the medium for it was completely split from the pigment. Like the atmospheric shift in the general area between winter and spring was just like too brutal for that bottle of primer. Just took it out. I had to shake it so hard to get it to work for a little bit, and then I think it just went right back to not working. plates on this thing. I use a lot of Asperman blue over the metallic to give it like that weird mystical blue look.
Are you scared? I am you. I'm coming closer. I will catch you. The time it goes tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
A little careful with this inside plate.
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I am you.
Turn down the background music a little bit. There you go.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Glad my hands aren't too shaky today. Friggin' waking up this morning and feeling like shit, I was kind of worried. Then again, I was supposed to, in my head, I was like, I'm gonna record today. I'm gonna just start recording something that could hopefully be a video by the beginning of next week. Or not like this Monday, but next Monday. But like, I was sitting there and I was like, if I sit in this room any longer, I'm just gonna go back to bed. Like, I felt like crap. So I decided to try to just get up and get out, see what's going on in the world. And usually when I feel like this, it's always tied to like not being able to sit still for a little bit without just feeling like crap. If I try to focus on like artwork or something, my hands get a little shaky and it's not a good thing. I'm telling you, man, I've been there with the weird handshake when trying to get serious stuff done. It always feels weird when your body betrays you. And things that used to come simple are suddenly like the biggest struggle ever just to get done. Oof, there we go. At least these are going faster than the back component. The back component took way too long. There was a guy that showed up at the store back when I was starting getting into the Warhammer group that's local. We had some really awesome paint jobs. We painted a bunch of the giants from AOS to look like clowns. Like, it was actually really cool. I haven't seen him in forever. Maybe he's been too busy. We did a combat patrol day where, like, he came in with a bunch of armies he painted. And they were actually, like, really cool. They look really good. I think his son was there with him. And his son painted up some really awesome Imperial fists. We just haven't seen them in forever. One of those, like, huh, hopefully nothing's wrong situations. They're cool people. Dude, I can't wait to get a game with this guy. I got the feeling that this edition is going to make me move over to Chaos Knights. Even though I have all of those Thousand Suns, even though I enjoy playing them, I don't know. I feel like Chaos Knights are... It's like a vacation when I play them. I don't have to think. It just feels so good. And on top of it, it's kind of like legendary, right? Like, I've always wanted this. When we were kids, man. And I was still rocking the Iron Warrior flag. Still playing those guys. My whole idea was, man, one day, you know, when we're adults, I can't wait to buy a Titan and have Iron Warriors running with it. Because that would be cool. Now here we are with freaking Knights. And it's like we're almost there. We're almost at the point where Titans are accessible. Although that'll probably never happen. I mean, Titans are cool, but I think most tournaments are something like 2,000 points. Most of the actual Titans you can purchase are like 2,500 to 3,000 points, so you can never use them in an actual tournament. You can use the mini ones. There was a Bio Titan from the Tyranids at this tournament that I linked on our Discord over the weekend. It was pretty cool. It's cool to see it. I'm still thinking about that friggin' Imperial Guard army though. I was sitting there watching it, like I had it on the side screen while I was getting some work done. And I kept looking over and I saw that it was Chaos Demons, and I saw like a ton of bright colors and stuff on the table. I was like, oh, cool. A demon player who also likes high saturation color. Excellent. Turns out, the demon player likes, you know, low saturation color. The person who liked high saturation color Imperial Guard player, who I guess had way too much money, or way too many extra parts, I don't know which one, and decided he was gonna put every single one of his Imperial Guard on the back of a dinosaur. He ran like all Adelan Outriders and Death Riders, or whatever the Imperial Guard version are called. Like there's, I think, 2 or 3 types of mounted Imperial Guard troop. And yeah, he had all of them. All of them. He had no, I think he had a 1 transport truck. Outside of that, he had like no vehicles. And he put that guy in the corner. Like, he put that guy, like, the demon couldn't leave his freaking spawn point. Like, that was it. Turn 1, in his face. Like, all of those units have, like, infiltrator and scout and all. Like, they're freaking crazy, man. He basically filled the middle of the field with giant screens of dinosaur friggin' mounts. Like, just huge screens. Like, you couldn't infiltrate anywhere on the board because he placed. And then he got initiative and turn 1 just ran. He ran into, I think the guy was rocking Scarbrand. He was rocking Lord of Change. And I think he had a Greater Demon of Nurgle. Those were on the field right away. And yeah, he just ran all of his horses into it. He started like almost killing one of them. Then it like wiped one of his squads, but because it wiped his squad, he spent the command points to bring it back. Like, dude, it was so crazy. He was just like non-stop sending in cavalry. The final score was, I think it was like 50 to 78 or 80 or so. Dude, it was such a huge disparity by the end of the game. And like, you see that and you're like, wow, that's cool. I think every IG player local to me only uses tanks at this point. It's kind of sad. I was really hoping for more flavor out of the local IG, but I feel like when you get into IG, it's because you see their tanks and you're like, oh, I love tanks. Right? Like that feels like how that is. That feels like that's the normal approach to suddenly becoming an IG player. How many cannons can I have? Oh, I'm in. I don't even know if it's not that fun. Like, I'm okay going against tanks. Like, I've done some things to all tank guard that I never expected to do. I always assumed that they were really durable, but then I've gone against them and just put them in the dirt. I'm just like, oh, I did not see that coming. I keep forgetting that the guard's worst enemy is any kind of reduction to their ability to hit you. Like, if you're able to reduce that even slightly... Oh. It's just one of those things, man. This up a little bit. Like, my step one was always, yeah. Yeah, 4+ army wide is brutal. It's cool that you can increase your ballistic skill to 3 with orders, and then, of course, increase your hit potential with other things. But, like, just the fact that I could rush you with something and be like, well, you're hitting on 4s if you shoot because you're in melee now. Or you can flee and not shoot, and it's like, oh. That's like, I ran 2 Helldrakes into a Imperial Guard army, and I literally rushed down some of his like most effective melee option or ranged options, and he was just like, that was it. Like, I shut him down. I shut him down for a few turns doing that. Basically made it so that he couldn't really hit anything in my entire army. What the hell is that? Why is that there? Why isn't it going away? I still have not fought Tau. I haven't fought Tau since 5th edition, when my one buddy started playing Tau when just before we stopped playing altogether. I saw a picture from a tournament. I think it was either a channel that Army Painter sponsors, or maybe Army Painter was actually running it. I can't remember. They were live streaming a tournament, and there was a Tau player that ran pretty much all variations of the Devilfish. Or whatever the Hammerhead, I think, is the model. It's their standard tank. He had every single possible variation and like a couple crew. His deployment zone was a game of Tetris. It was literally just like all these shapes trying to fit. Kind of hilarious. Like, I know they're still very good at shooting. I don't really hear that much about them. I'm guessing after the codex drops, we'll probably start seeing them do well. or at least get picked up more, especially with the recruit change and all that, like the enhancement to the recruit. We might start seeing things like a couple crude oxes that are meant for melee. And then just a boatload of friggin' battle suits. That's what you want, right? Like, you want a good interception line that is gonna survive and hold your front line while simultaneously just like endlessly shooting at things. Which sounds very IG, but I think Tau do it better, honestly. IG do the endless horde concept better than Tau, but there's just something about Tau, man. Oh, dude. The local IG players, every time I've played them, their shooting phases. Oh my god. How do you guys keep track of that? I feel like the question that was constantly being asked during every shooting phase in the early game was, did I already shoot with that? Because the time between the first thing you shoot with and the last thing you shoot with is just so long. Do you think IG players would be okay being like buffed heavily in unit stats, but then nerfed heavily in unit amount? I mean, it's gonna make them feel different, but like in tournament play, you're limited in time, right? Like a turn takes X amount of time, which I do feel like focuses the game a bit more in the direction of like elite teams and smaller scale teams. Teams that try to consolidate every element of them into like a couple really big units. It's actually probably one of the big reasons why I'm kind of interested in using Knights, is I feel like when I played against the Necron player that I did, I feel like my turn took like a quarter of the time that the Necron player did. And the Necron player actually had like very elite squads. It's just I only had like 8 things on the board. And I could easily just be like, alright, move, shoot, done. Do I want to assault? No. Your turn. I think the core of it was trying to remember at the beginning that you want to like long leash stuff in your command phase. That's it. Like once you remember to long leash things, you win. You're done. You have all the info. You can now play Chaos Knights effectively. Just, you know, long leash once in a while. Since it's a buff that lasts until the next time you have a command phase. You can't always go in a line though. I mean, I get wanting to do that, but trying to prioritize things to see if you need to apply more firepower to it than what you did is such a huge part of the game now. I'm pretty sure, and I might be wrong on this, I've been trying to remember 3rd edition and 4th edition. Actually, I think it was 5th that this was still happening in. There was a situation where, like, the way we kind of play shooting now of, like, pick squad, shoot squad, do stuff there, roll it out, be done, and then move to the next. That was how we've played for, like, ever, right? But I'm pretty sure when I checked the rules, like, when I kept checking them for 5th edition, I had this conversation with my buddy who I was playing 5th edition with, and I read out the rules to him explicitly, and I was like, alright, tell me what that sounds like. And tell me if you think we've all been playing it wrong. Like, and when I said all, I mean everyone. I mean people we went to tournaments with. Like, just everyone. All over. Every single person seemed to play it wrong. it sounded like in those early editions of 40k, what you were supposed to do was select all targets for all units and then roll it out. Which is like a whole different game, because the gamble happens in the select unit phase. So if you had to assume preemptively, like, this squad might not kill this thing over here, but like this other thing 100% needs to shoot at this thing, it makes the game different, I feel like. And I think everyone was running it in the method of like, oh well, you can pick, shoot, and just keep going. And like so many people played it in that manner that I think they just decided to go with it eventually and just be like, all right, you know what, that's how the game's played. By consensus. Like, it feels like we just as a community made Games Workshop be like, alright, fine. You guys can shoot things as you play. Just go down the line. So it was like, it's weird a little bit. Because now it's such like a staple of the game being like, oh man, I can't believe I didn't kill that thing. Now I have to choose whether or not your tank is worth shooting at or the thing about to score points is worth shooting at. Just creates a different vibe for the game. Yeah, because the game's a gamble, and the more information you have before you make the gamble, the easier the game can be. And like, I'm cool with it being this way, because it does feel like you have a little more control. Because could you imagine gambling a win or a loss on, alright, I'm definitely shooting my heavy bolter squad at this thing over here rather than the other thing, because I'm pretty sure my defiler is going to take it out. And then your defiler just doesn't kill it. Like, at all, like, barely kills any of it. You just roll the worst roll of all time. Like, that's gotta feel bad. Like, that's traumatizing. Going forward, you're going to be making decisions assuming they're going to fail, like, all the time after that. Put you in a state of, like, tactical shock. Oh, dude, so many guns on a model. That's why I like Knights. Knights are so well balanced. The only model in the Knights army that I'm like, about is the Tyrant. Because I keep forgetting the Tyrant has certain guns on it. I still forget that it has Meltas. I still feel like I check its card every now and then to try to think of like cool things I would do with it depending on what detachments give. And like every time I look at its card, I'm like, oh yeah, it's got 2 Melta guns on it. Oh yeah. It is interesting to me though, because I've started to notice this watching tournament games. So people have it built in that they won't roll weapons that most likely won't do anything. But I feel like the game itself is currently in a state of every wound matters. Like, there's so many tanks and so many monsters that people use now where, like, deciding against possibly getting 1 wound on it could be the difference between it dying in round 3 or 4. So, like, I'll watch games where someone will be like, alright, I'm not rolling any of my las guns against your whatever. Against your brigand. And it's like, why? I get that you don't think you're going to roll a ton of 6s on the wounds, and that whatever 6s you do end up rolling, I'll probably make my saves. But if I don't, that's a wound. That's a wound on like a 20 wound thing. And that could literally be the difference between you one-tapping it with a tank later or not. Like, it's so wild to me. But like I've heard people talk about like what you do in tournament play, and one of the main things they talk about is, oh, you look at the situation and you go, yeah, these guns will probably not do anything, so I'm not going to use them. And it's like, oh no. Yeah. I don't know. So hard painting such small stuff like this without any like good spot to hold it. Like in my own mind, I feel like my focus when I'm trying to play games is on remembering every gun that I have so I can try to quickly roll them so that I can hopefully get through every weapon that I have in like a very short period of time. Like I try to remember the strength values, toughness, all that stuff. Like I want to make sure that if I'm firing, if I have that heavy bolter and you're sitting there with like a Rogel Dorn with like all of its enhancements and you're like, you probably don't want to shoot my Rogel Dorn. I'm like, no, I do. You probably make the saves, but if you don't, that's like a wound or two. So have fun with that. Maybe that's just a mindset though, because like one of the big things from the Thousand Suns is Ahriman giving +1 to the wound rolls of everyone in his squad, right? So the trick is against a tank, Ahriman has a full squad of flamers. Normally you do this from a Rhino. So you pop Ahriman out of the Rhino, you use his special rule that does like a free Cabal to turn the armor save off on a tank. You then spray that tank down with flamethrowers. Because those flamethrowers are wounding on 5s, not 6s. And it's a sheer volume of fire to try to cook a tank to death. Yeah, you never know until you roll. But like, I feel like I've watched games where people just won't roll with certain profiles. Like in Melee, they'll just be like, oh, I'm gonna use my strike profile with this guy, and then that's it. Like the rest of the squad won't roll, and it's just like, why are you doing this? But I get it at the same time, because apparently tournaments are very strict with time. Like, a lot of bigger tournaments are starting to lean into using chess clocks. The hell? Skip. Like, a lot of bigger tournaments are being like, let's use chess clocks. Players are given X amount of time, you swap the time between for like your own actions and uses, and apparently there's like rules built in of like, once you hit your time, that's it. You can't, like, it's actually kind of weird, and I didn't expect it, but some rules are like, So the clock is split between two players, and when a player gets past the timer, their time starts going down, and both players have X amount of time to like do stuff. And if the timer for one player ever runs out where the other player doesn't, and this gives elite players a lot of benefit versus like IG players, horde players, stuff like that. It makes it so that let me grab my gold that we're gonna use. It makes it so that like you really, as a horde player, do actually have to go like, I'm only gonna shoot with the anti-tank gun on your tank. I'm not firing 50 las gun shots. Yeah, saves and battle shock tests. You're not allowed to move, shoot, or do anything. We'll do golden armor. I think golden armor. Golden armor is dark enough that it'll probably look good. So that's kind of their approach, is like that's what you're doing. Move, shoot. Like your opponent basically has free reign if you took too long, which I get, but yeah, like it basically goes, hey, Space Marines have an advantage if you as a horde player aren't skipping weapons, which kind of is a secondary advantage a little bit, which is weird, but you know, whatever. Speed paint gold. Might have to touch this up with actual gold after the fact. I feel like some of the recent tournaments I've seen, though, the teams that are more elite are doing better. Like Death Guard and Grey Knights are starting to do really well. And those teams normally don't horde. I think the only horde you get out of a Death Guard army is like sometimes they'll go Typhus Poxwalkers as a tar pit. And that's about it. Like past that point, they try to kind of spread out the love. Although with the new Orc Codex coming out, I got that feeling that Orcs are going to come back. Because Orcs were starting to do really well. Like, we were starting to see Orcs winning a lot in, like, some areas. But I think, like, Orc excitement is really low right now. Just because you only got the one group. And there's a lot of people who like playing Orcs in very specific ways that detachment doesn't really go for. So now that we're getting the Orc Codex, and it's probably going to give us like a good bit of options for detachments. I got that feeling, man. We're going to get like a ton of craziness. I think Orcs are going to probably come into a pretty good state of dominance for at least a few months before getting like adjusted. Because if they give the speed-based Orcs good rules and advantages, I think that's going to be like the step. Because right now, 10th edition really leans into speed. You're able to do stuff with like slow things, of course, and you can kind of focus your missions on slow and purposeful. But even the slow and purposeful teams like Death Guard try to take units that are going to appear places and sit on things. Like, there's a level of it where they're like, oh, you have to take Terminators and Death Guard because you want the Terminators to land, you know, over here and sit on a point and, you know, kind of deal with it that way. Try to get the bulk of this gold. Preparation for the glue down. And a lot of the points drops are on armies that actually did need more units, because the biggest points drops were on the knights. Because the knights, all the knight armies needed like another unit, but all the points drops for that were out of like the larger knights, which no one uses. Like, because of the bondsman change for Imperial Knights, and because of how kind of like mediocre Chaos Knights are at large scale, there's just so much drive for people to want to run more War Dogs and Armigers just to get work done on the field. So for them to kind of lean away from that, and be like, hey, you guys wanna pick up a tyrant maybe? I don't know. Maybe wanna pick up any of the big guys? We've cut them down by like 80 points. You'll be able to field them and, you know, not lose as many of your little mission doers and, you know, extra guns and stuff. It'll be fun. Which I'm cool with. I actually do want to use them. I want to build a 1,000 Sun army around an Abominant. The Psychic Knight with a Psychic army running across the field. Even though they don't really help each other, which kind of sucks. I do really wish you could supercharge Psychic abilities of like other units with 1,000 Sun army. I think that'd be so cool. I get why they don't do it. I get the balance aspect of it. So, like, I understand it. Because at the end of 9th, there was a guy who basically fully broke one of the Chaos Demon sorcery spells because of his 1,000 Sun abilities. Because the 1,000 Sun abilities in 9th didn't say anything about only being able to work on 1,000 Sun stuff. You could literally use any spell and then copy it and then enhance it with Cabal points. So that's what that guy did. Like, the end of 9th was just Wars of Attrition. So what he would do is he would sit in his spawn point, chuck a frickin' Chaos Gate at someone, and then if it hit a hero, supercharge the damage to kill the hero. And he would just do that, like, the whole game. He basically forced his opponent to have to do stuff in return. And the only reason he didn't take first place was because the last person he fought had like explicit designs meant to handle sorcery built in. And he took that the special mission that they had that was like, oh, kill a sorcerer and score tons of points. Frickin' crack open the champagne. You win. It was seriously like every sorcerer you killed, it was like so many points. I think it was called Abhor the Witch. You ran him down with that. End of the game, he just scored like 100 points, like no problem. Waited it out. Got his whirlwind tank to clear some stuff up. And then just went for it. Utterly annihilated him. No, yeah, you want your anvil on middle objective. You want a unit that just won't die, just sitting on middle. It's why I kind of like Hellbrutes, because Hellbrutes are small enough that you could hide them easily, and they're actually really durable. But I think for the middle objective, as a 1000 Sun player, you usually want Scarab Occult Terminators with a Terminator Sorcerer Lord. Because that squad's not dying. That squad's going to be there till turn 4. I think the meta is squad of Terminators with the crystal that lets them teleport, because you can just hide them in a corner and then turn 1 teleport them to mid and just sit on it. I have a bucket list of teams I want to play against right now. With like my stuff. I have like 4 lists that I run that I really like. And I feel like I keep playing against Imperial Guard or some form of Space Marine. Like some flavor of Space Marine right now. Like it's kind of old school. Like the weird thing is back in the day, back in like 3rd through 5th, I actually never played against IG. Not by choice either. Not like IG, ew, I don't want to play against. No, like there was just no IG local that I knew of that went to any of the tournaments I went to. I think the first time I ever ran into an IG player was at a small tournament that was at this like bookstore that I went to. And I did not get to play him. My buddy played him and kicked his ass pretty hard. That was like his first introduction to tournament play as a Tyranid player. That's an ego boost. Day one, you're playing against a guy who very obviously plays a lot, because when he's talking to you, he's talking in terms that are like purely statistical. So you know they've had like a really long history with their army, and they kind of know how things work. Like they know the ins and outs, they know the balance. So, like, it's safe to assume that they're not going to make any plays that aren't, you know, forged by years of understanding. They're not just going to make tons of mistakes. They're going to actually play you. Like, they're going to get in your head. They're going to make the right calls. They're going to roll dice like no tomorrow. They're going to try to kick your ass. And my friend shellacked him. Like, almost by mistake, too. It was kind of funny. Because I did not expect his first game to go that well. But, like, we spent maybe a month building his army, talking about how to use it, going over the meta and the way things work. So, like, I feel like we boot camped him into being in a situation where, like, the moment he got into gameplay, he kind of knew all the right questions to ask. He knew exactly what he should aim for in order to, like, hold people down and get, like, points and stuff. Like, he knew all of it, like, right off the bat. And just put the guy through the ringer. Really cool. I currently play for 40k. I play Genestealer Cult. I don't have a big collection of Genestealer Cult, but what I do have I enjoy. I play Chaos Knights, which I actually have a decent collection of now, with the addition of the 2 extra Armigers and this Castigator. I feel like I'm in a good way with my Chaos Knights. Probably don't need to keep collecting for them. Down here, fix up some of this edge. I play Thousand Suns. That is my core. I probably have the biggest collection of that out of all of my stuff. And I'm kind of growing a Demon's Army. It's mono Zinch, so it's not like... I wouldn't say it's tournament effective. It's mostly for my Thousand Suns. I had to build it into like a slightly closer to tournament ready Thousand Suns Demon Army because of the recent change that they did to Demon Allies, where you have to have as many battle line as you have non-battle line as an ally, which, oh my god, that sucks. I know why they did it, I get it, but like, I'm one of many who decided to purchase a ton of very specific demons to make like a really fun 500 point brick. Mine was Lord of Change, a Changeling. What else did I have? I had a squad of Flamers with an Exalted Flamer leader. And I think that was it. I think that was my full squad. And like that's a 500 point brick. Like my plan was to just use that 500 point brick as a really fun deep strike and do dumb stuff with unit. Like it's just 500 points worth of deep striking units that on their own were pretty strong. Like super kind of strong, super useful. I was like, yay. I put them together. I started painting the Flamers. And then as I was starting to paint the Exalted Flamers, the data slate dropped. That was just like, hey bro, you need to buy Blue Horrors. I was like, no. So now I have 2 big squads of Blue Horrors. So that means I have a Kairos, a Lord of Change, 2 big squads of Blue Horrors, small squad of Flamers with an Exalted Flamer. I have a Chariot now. Because if you want an Exalted Flamer, you need to buy a Chariot. So I've got a Fate Skimmer. I'm planning on potentially getting some Screamers, because the Fate Skimmer with the Screamers is actually really cool. I feel like he's kind of worth. Dude, I'm in that same boat. Emperor's Children. When I was coming back, I think the Redacted Codex, I thought people had basically come out and said it's the Agents of the Imperium Codex. Because they have a couple Space Marine Codexes out, so they might as well give you the allies, like, as soon as possible. Right? Give you the way the allies are supposed to actually work. With, like, adjustments and enhancements. Meaning it's almost like a small supplementary codex. It's not going to be like a massive thing. Hell yeah. It's so gold. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people get into demons in the same way. Where they're just like, man, I collect this friggin' Pantheon Chaos Army. Let me grab some demons. Give them some flavor. Which works. It's good. Can't knock it. There's value in it, because like within the Pantheon armies, there's only so many squads that get like decent deep strikes. Like most of the people are just gonna have to come in from reserves if you want to do it that way to try to screw with people and force them to screen you and stuff. So like you're kind of a little out strategically from being able to withstand certain things or be able to be mobile. So going the route of demons as allies is actually really useful in my opinion. Yeah, the combat. If you play World Eaters and you want demons, that combat patrol for demons is like ideal, just for some good starting units. It's a good combat patrol for Khorne. Sadly, the get starting thing for Tzeentch is also just as amazing, but super rare because it was a limited print and they never brought it back, and it gave you a lot of really worthwhile demons for super cheap. It was really cool. Like if I knew a place that sold bulks of those, like if they had like a bunch of them, I'd probably buy them all up. Because then I'd be done basically at this point. Lord of Change, Kairos, just give me a bunch of Tzeentch demons and I'm done. Don't need to think about it anymore. Army complete. Oh, for these guys, I was like, my horrors? This is magenta, not pink. Magenta. It is golden high flow. So it's whatever that word is, magenta. Whatever that word is, ugh. And then cerulean blue hue. Cool because they're kind of transparent when you're applying them with airbrush, so it creates like a purple line between them, like a sort of pseudo gradiated purple line. Makes it look really nice. It works really well because one of the last things I apply to this is in the gaps between the colored portions of the plating and the gold. I actually use Jirachi purple, that dark purple shader. So it just ties it all in, man. It looks so good. But yeah, I know a lot of people are saying Emp Children, but isn't the Chaos Codex coming out before the Redacted? I thought the Chaos Codex was before Redacted. Now, that means it will verify it. Like, it won't be a rumor anymore if the Chaos Codex comes out and Lucius isn't in the Codex. And, like, none of the... Like, there's just nothing in the Codex about Noise Marines. Like, if that's the case, then yeah, I 100% agree. It's, at that point, it's verified that Emperor's Children are getting their own Codex. And possibly some cool new models, at which point my wallet will want to strangle me. Because that's been my one dream past getting the Mutilith Vortex Beasts that I currently have, so that's done. Is, learning crazy things, like absolutely crazy things for me to do to make an Emperor's Children army. I'm talking installing LEDs. I'm talking figuring out if I can have a Noise Marine standing on a speaker that actually has a wireless earbud wired into it as a speaker, so I can blast death metal while playing the game from my squad. Like, I have an ocean of ideas of stuff I want out of an Imperial Guard army that when I came back for 9th to see kind of how the game was and try to get into it, like, if Emperor's Children were a thing, that would be my army right now. I wouldn't have gone with 1,000 Suns. I would have betrayed my Dusty Boys. But I guess once the Chaos Codex comes out, we'll have verification to a degree. Unless they're going to do something really weird, like give us the information for Lucius, as well as like a subsect for Emperor's Children in the Chaos Codex, and then suddenly bring them out as their own standalone. Like, the only reason to do that is to try to prevent people from thinking that's going to happen, so that it makes you buy the Chaos Codex if you run Emp Children. Like, if you're running Emperor's Children at this point, you need the Chaos Codex. But if you find out that Lucius isn't even in there, and, like, there's nothing Noise Marine in there, and that's what you have as an army, then I guess all you're going to do is just wait. Like, there's no reason for you to buy that Codex anymore. Like, I think there's a guy that... his paint scheme is very Emp Children. I don't know if he, like, runs like them. I don't think he had Noise Marines. He mostly just uses the pink and black, which is a good paint scheme. Pink and black looks amazing. Cannot deny it. There was this person I was following on Instagram who had a Space Marine army that was pink and black with kind of like a secondary white. So like the primary was black with pink, but then there was like occasionally white spruced in with it, which was really cool. And they were Space Marines, so like not Imperial or not Emperor's Children, but like it still kind of felt that way. Like you would look at them, and you're like, yeah, but they were clean. Like it was just really clean looking. Made it really nice. Yeah, it would literally be you would have to use your models as stand-ins until the redacted codex comes out. That's how it would work, which sucks in my opinion. I mean, it's one of those bittersweet moments, right? Like it's a moment where you look at it and you're like, oh god, I'm not going to be able to play my Emperor's Children, but at the same time, oh god, we're getting an actual codex. Like it's like a double, it's like a kind of an issue that's not really an issue. It's just like, ooh, I just have to wait. So you would probably use your stuff as stand-ins. Like you would just use Noise Marines as Havocs. And then just play that way. Lucius would just be like a regular ass, like Chaos Lord or something. You wouldn't go too deep of like needing other things, because like a lot of the stuff with Chaos Pantheons is that there's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of similar stuff, but it has like slightly different flavor. Like the World Eater's Hellbrute is the best Hellbrute in my opinion compared to all other Hellbrutes because of its special rules. Whereas the Hellbrutes from like Chaos Undivided are okay. World Eater ones or the Nurgle ones, Death Guard, they're nice. I do think they have a purpose. But there's probably better stuff you can get out of a Death Guard army. And then the Thousand Sun ones are just hot garbage. They're really bad. A lot of people say they're fine because of the refund, but the refund doesn't mean you can spend... Like, if you have 6 points left and you have one Hellbrute near a squad, you don't get to Doombolt. Because a refund does not mean you have 7 points. So, it kind of sucks. I wish the Hellbrute wasn't Cabal focused. Because I feel like that's kind of a waste. Like, his benefit isn't that good. The Invulnerable save is nice, though. I will give him that. As well, if you build him for the Thousand Sun bonuses. Like, this is the thing I don't think people do. I don't think people build the Hellbrutes for their real bonuses. They build them as like the weapons platforms without thinking of the bonuses. Like honestly, if I had a Death Guard Hellbrute, I'd probably give him an autocannon because I'm mostly focusing on wanting to put that debuff on things downfield. So I would want the longest range humanly possible with enough shots that I have a chance at applying the debuff. And autocannons are decently strong, so you might get a kill on top of it, but the whole point is to like apply a -1 ballistic skill to something across the field, or -1 save, or just something. Just priming a target with a debuff. That's my opinion of what the Death Guard Hellbrute's for. But the World Eater's Hellbrute is just so stupidly good. Get hit, take attack at something near you. Or just something in general. Anything within your range, just shoot it. And Hellbrutes take so long to kill that like they're gonna get a few attacks off. It's such a good ability. So that's what's gonna happen with the Emp Children for the most part. Like you're gonna have a lot of crossovers, so you'll still be able to play as a Chaos Space Marine army. You'll just pick like whatever detachment suits you and then just use stand-ins. Just declare whatever is what. And I feel like a lot of Emp Children don't utilize Emperor Children units. Like I feel like a lot of the Emperor's Children I see don't even use Lucius. They just like color themselves as the Emperor's Children and then focus on basically what Chaos focuses on anyway, which is some form of chosen or like just fast attacky unit that gets into melee and does incredible work in melee. And that's it. Give him the Slanesh mark because the Slanesh mark actually does good work in melee. And you're good. Because they're still going to have the Slanesh mark. Like, Chaos isn't going to lose their marks. All it'll lose is like the more specific flavors of the armies. Because like the Tzeentch mark is pretty good for ranged in a Chaos Space Marine army. It's actually in some ways better than what the Thousand Suns get themselves as like a ranged option. But you know, the differences and variations have kind of their own strengths, so it works out. But what do you think? Because they'd have to bring units in. Do you think they actually drop Fulgrim like properly? Like, do they go, all right, here's the 40k version of Fulgrim, which is supposedly going to be different from the Horus Heresy Fulgrim? Do you think they actually try to like put that into the public? Or do you think we have to wait for the Primarch? I feel like it's a missed opportunity if you don't immediately drop Fulgrim. Because the World Eater launch codex came with Angron right away, immediately skyrocketing them up to basically the same feeling as most of the other Pantheon armies. So to like skip Fulgrim and be like, oh, here's Emp Children, you get Lucius, and that's about it. Maybe Doom Rider. I don't know, man. Angron was a release. They already have a Fulgrim model. Maybe they just like adjust it or change it or make it a little more like anyone can purchase it kind of situation and just try to get the full model into existence. Or maybe this is why they combined Forge World and Games Workshop so that you order under the same thing. That way you can now order Fulgrim into like your local store or whatever through their main website. Although Fulgrim's expensive, like comparatively to the other Primarchs, I feel like he's like so much more expensive. Just because he is Forge World. That is such a good model, though. By the time this happens, like, I really wish my channel would be at that point where I'm, like, supporting myself off of it completely. Because my plan, visually, for that army is... Oh my god. I'm gonna be a hermit, like, making this thing. I don't know how familiar you guys are with, like, the offbeat things people do with 40k models. Do you know it's the fractal nail, like, it's like fractal fingernail glitter shards? Like, when you think glitter, you think like the really tiny, just like shiny little single things. Basically what I'm using here, just really fine particulate that's reflective, that has a color attached to it. Like, that's what you think when you think glitter. There's a fingernail component that is a big flat surface that needs to be, like, applied to a surface and then glued to it. And then that thing, kind of like the way it works out, is it looks like looking through one of those fractal little monocle thing. Angron's model came out very shortly after the codex. Very shortly. I think it was shown literally as the codex dropped. Well, that's the thing. I kind of want Fulgrim to not be demon mode. Like, I know his Horus Heresy version is demon mode. But since Magnus is demon mode, friggin'... Oh god, let me skip. Magnus is demon mode, Mortarion is demon mode, Angron is demon mode. I think it would be awesome if somehow, story lore wise, Fulgrim came back like human mode. And then maybe had like access to demon mode somehow. Like there was like a rule for it where he could change into demon mode or something. Like I don't know. It would just be cool to have, like, you have on the field, you're playing in tournaments and you see like Magnus and he's all big and scary and, you know, he's doing his big burb thing. He's just a big old burb. Friggin' Cyclops. You know, just doing burb stuff. Mortarion's out there just being a giant friggin' decay moth. Angron's out there just being Angron. Big angry monster who wants to die so he can experience peace for a few days. You know, crazy stuff. You know, that's what they are. And then Fulgrim's just like, hey, I'm back to human form. Behold, I'm small. I think it'd be cool to have that little bit of variation. Because for people who haven't played against him, they'd be like, wait a second. Why is he tiny and what do you have in that large box behind you? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Fine. Just, you know, don't let him kill X amount of people. Wasn't the other rumor that we're getting that the Chaos Codex is basically going to drop with a lot of the other Primarchs, like the minor Primarchs, as like models? That way they've kind of been updated. I actually like this idea. Because if you go on the website right now and you look up Space Marines and they tell you the Space Marine thing comes up, it's like, hey, which Space Marine do you want to play? And you can click like the weird side things like the Ravens and all that, and they have heroes, they have upgrade sprues, they've got cool stuff, you know. They got the flavor, they got the flavor that everyone wants, and Chaos does not. Chaos very rarely gets any flavor for the non-Pantheon teams, which kind of sucks, actually. So the idea of like, oh, they're gonna drop Perturabo.
Poggers.
Like, I would see them dropping Perturabo alongside Iron Warrior upgrade sprues. 100%. Because then you can just buy Legionaries and then buy Iron Warrior upgrade sprues and just be good. And then you can actually have like a properly sourced Iron Warrior team. Kind of like how the Imperial Fists and the Iron Hand and all that, like how they all work, it's the same thing. You're going to get a champion like Perturabo, or maybe like a lesser champion, depending on what the faction is. And then that champion will provide something to your team in a similar fashion to how, like, the Salamanders, Vulcan Heston applies to the team. Like, Vulcan Heston applies a very Salamanders-esque ability to the team, which is good. It's a way of getting around needing to create a ton of rules, and instead you'll just use the detachments you have on hand while simultaneously having this like one extra thing that makes you very much a Salamanders team, because you have this guy who's like, hey, I have special rules. And it's the same thing with like all the other ones that kind of do the same thing. The Iron Hand guy is he's a tech marine that has like special abilities that are very tank focused, which are good. So I could see Perturabo coming out and just being like a really big obliterator. And then he'll provide like, you know, extra, he'll be like, oh, -1 at the beginning of your enemy shooting phase, apply a buff to one ally squad within range of Perturabo to lower enemy AP by 1. Right? Like, you can just put that on a tank. Just be like, good luck. And then maybe he could actually lead a squad of obliterators or something crazy. Could you imagine that? Just like a mini Primarch showing up in a squad of obliterators. It's like, hey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I'm just passing through. Like, what buff would he give that squad? Give them the ability to shoot with like more than one type of weapon or something at a time. Doubling their damage output in a round. Because then you look at the kill team stuff, right? Kill team's getting the upgrade sprue for Night Lords. It's huge. A lot of Night Lord players out there are probably really happy if that suddenly just becomes an easily accessible upgrade sprue. So they can just, you know, have good Night Lords. have to take my brush and some bordering paint home. So I can try to get these armatures bordered preemptively. Because doing this takes way too long. And if I can just like chill out at night and do it, it'll speed up the process. Because I need at least one of them, to my understanding, with how my list works. I'm going to need, I think, one of them done to fill the extra points out. Put the Jirachi purple on next. We're gonna get them pretty much baseline done. Let me go get a beverage and take a leak. BRB! Let me put up a BRB marker on my screen. BRB. We back. Jirachi. Boom. Pin wash time. Get my camera back up and running. We need decently thin brush. This shouldn't take long at all. Applying Jirachi purple to things is just like super quick. Specifically this, because it's only the outer frames and edgings. I think the longest part we're gonna have to deal with is the back, just because there's a lot of like paneling within the colors. But since doing this is very capillary in nature, where you just try to like apply it by touching and then moving on. Gives it that nice little like dark purple outer edge. Which IMO, people really need to step away from like null and oil and stuff like that and try a dark colored shader. Because applying color to your shadows just, oh, it does so much more than just being like, oh, let me make all my shadows like a dark black. Like dark black is expected, right? Like just that dark black null and oil shader. It just makes everything look like a comic book, like it was ink outlined. But then you do the frickin', you do like a dark purple or dark blue. Yeah, dude, it feels so much better. Just passively. Like here. Of it. You see that? See that purple? It'll stop being glossy after it dries, but like, oh, it's just, it feels so much better in the shadow.
It's time to quit while we're ahead. Don't think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah. You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around. You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around, but
Army Painter's getting some good washes. Some good shaders. The Fanatic line, I don't know if you've been keeping up with it and like looking into it. The Fanatic line's coming with like a magenta shader, purple shaders. Cause like my biggest issue with Army Painter was like the lack of like colorized shaders. Cause it was all like, oh, flesh shaders and like that's about it. Like if you want something to look a little bit reddish, go for it. And then there was like a darker version, like a dark brown shader almost. And it's like, yeah, they work. But like I feel like they're just creatively limited. Because when you approach from like that direction and you don't have like a color option for a shader, you're just limiting yourself. So seeing their new Fanatic line be like, oh, do you want a magenta shader? It's like, oh, yes. Yes, I do. You can have so much more fun with that. Because magenta shaders is basically a pink shade, and pink shade means you're gonna have a very warm shadow on a thing. So like, depending on what you use your main colors as, like if you use a lot of cold colors as your mains, like a lot of blues and stuff like that, applying the magenta shader to it is gonna just, you're gonna see it and you're gonna be like, what the hell? Like an ultramarine done with magenta shader, oh my god, that's gonna look so good. The only shaders I've seen at my local store are the fleshy ones. The flesh one and basically the close to black one. I've never seen the other color ones. They do have a giant rack of 2.0 speed paint though, which was good. Because I had their old speed paint, which was okay. It had issues. It flaked a lot. .0 speed paint's great, and the amount of 2.0 speed paint, like just the fact that there's like 10 different greens. Oh, it's so good. It's just so good. I've got that chartreuse. I've got a goblin flesh, orc flesh. Like, I saw all the greens. I was like, yep, I'm gonna buy all of this. The trick is that the Fnatic line, they're using something chemically to make it so that like you only really need single coats of stuff for the most part. Like that trailer where they showed off applying yellow to a surface that was like dark and having it just be yellow, like that lives in my head rent free. all I can think of is, man, I really can't wait to just have a yellow that I can just apply to a surface and be like, and I'm done. Just to have it be that easy. Simple application. Is that the last song? I think that was. Yeah. I'm hoping I can get single colors though, because it is kind of like that where I already have a ton of the colors. I have a ton of the colors. So there's a bunch of colors I can think of where I'm like, yeah, I'll get that from Fnatic. Like, usually a lot of the brighter high saturation colors, I'll probably grab those. I don't see why not. At this point for hazard stripes, what I do is I do a white surface and then I go over it with black to make the hazard stripes, and then I apply Fnatic yellow to it. Which is pretty cool, because the way Fnatic yellow goes down, being that it's like yellow in most areas, but then it has like hints of orange in others, it makes it look aged, which is pretty cool. Boom, purple shaders. Super quick, super easy. Lost grip there. I don't know about that. I just Zealot Yellow Speed Paint is what I use for hazard striping. But seeing the one application yellow from Fnatic kind of has me a little interested. Because what I do right now, and you'll probably see this in the week, because I think I'm gonna try to stream Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we can get this project done. You're gonna see that my normal application to try to create like the green yellow glow that I do is to apply demonic yellow, or moondust yellow actually is the main one I use now. I apply moondust yellow to a surface, I start hitting it with the different green washes over top of it. Moondust yellow is, it's not a bright yellow, it's a low saturation yellow at like a high white yield. So like, I think it does better with speed paints and stuff over top of it to try to like provide that as a visual, like whatever the speed paint is, while still having like hints of yellow in it. Pretty cool. I think it makes it brighter in like a weird way. Is it Zealot? I thought it was Zealot yellow. Hang on, let me, behind me somewhere. Let me grab it in a second. Let's try to get this done first. Purple capillary shader. Just a little more of that. Oh, where did I put it? Here we are. Oh, yeah, Zealot. Okay. Yeah, it's just black, white, Zealot yellow. Zealot yellow does some cool stuff. I actually really like Zealot yellow. I tried to apply Zealot yellow to a white surface with an airbrush, and it went immediately orange. It was so cool. I was like, all right, I got. Because I kind of wanted it to be yellow, and I was kind of hoping I didn't need to like. I didn't need to use. I was trying to make it flat. Was the big thing. I love Golden High Flow, but Golden High Flow has like a slight gloss to it that's a little annoying at times. But like at the when I'm done painting, I usually apply a an anti-gloss matte to it, so it usually just makes it go away and flatten out, which I think is fine. I'm actually a little mad. I found out Golden had a line of paint called So Flat. And I was looking around online at it, and oh my god, it looks so smooth. And it's so vibrant, and I was like, oh my god. I think I found my paint of choice to do like cool things with. And then I found a Reddit post where a guy was like, I ran So Flat through my airbrush, and this is my result, and like it looked really good because it just and there's like really bright colors in it, so there's like a really bright green, a really bright yellow. So to apply bright green and bright yellow as like a flat matte that hits the full opacity of it without needing to like preemptively put down like white ink or paint or something to try to like brighten the area up in preparation for the brighter paint, I was so excited. And then someone in the comments under it was like, hey, you shouldn't do that because some of the So Flats have like cobalt in them, which can give you like cobalt poisoning if you inhale it too much, and there's also some that have lead in it to try to like improve the like solidness of the color. So you really shouldn't run that through an airbrush at all. I was like, no, because it looked so good. Apparently you can run some of it through, because you have to like check what's actually in the So Flat paint, but like there's some heavy metals in there that you really should not run through. I'll just stick to the high flow. Designed for airbrush. Yeah, that's a problem. It was so cool looking. I need to find my bright gold. There it is. And we need to dry brush the bright gold onto the parts of the armor. It still takes the cap off. God damn it. Yeah, that's the wild part. Thinking, like, I remember I watched the one Miniac video where he was like, "This is how I blend. I apply paint to brush, apply paint to surface, put brush in mouth, and then start working again on the surface." I was like, "Oh yeah, you should probably tell people about chemicals in certain paints." You should. Because, like, in that moment, it felt like he was kind of pointing out, like, how good it was to just be like, hey, let me show you how to just apply pigment to a surfaces, and then you just use your mouth to clear it off a little bit. I was like, oh no. Warning flags. So many warning flags. Because you know someone out there is just going to be like, oh, I'll just have all this like chemical and thinner and stuff and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, why is this picking up magenta? This should not be picking up the magenta off the palette. I'm explicitly only hitting the gold. Finish off with a little bit of gold slap chop. Oh. I try to find the right angle to hold it. Do the skulls a little bit. Bit of the edge highlights. bit of the gold dry brush over pretty much everything, because this is a much brighter gold than what we've used so far. So it'll bring some spots up. I feel like gotta hit them right. We already hit this with Agrax to try to push a lot of the gold back. So brightening it up a little bit with some dry brush will be nice. All of my knights are Zinchi. I'm genuinely hoping that when the Knights Codex comes out, there's like Pantheon frickin' side factions. Because I really want a Knight's force to be like, you want an Abominant. This is a Psychic Knight force. It's the Abominant's gonna provide benefits to like all the other units on the field. You'll be able to turn other units into Psychics that have like special abilities. Like that's what I want. I want to have that flavor of just being like, oh, I'm a purely Tzeentch Knight army. But they're all painted in this very similar paint scheme. None of them have the relief paintings or the relief sculptures that we've made. I love these. I love these so much. Let me, yeah. We're gonna add some detail in them. All right, big guy. I'm gonna need to refocus this for you guys, and then I'm gonna need to be very careful moving him around. I don't have a lot of space.
I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me, and what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand, and damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the fucking hours it takes to get some power. Don't be fucking sour, take a cold shower.
Must be careful.
Work until you're prouder, and fuck all the doubters, they're just fucking downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm pissed off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown.
Alright, I need to move these components for now. Maybe we finish some of them, because they're kind of close. There's some elements that I need to touch on with them. Gotta find my shining silver. There it is.
But it's not what it seems, man, it's hard to be seen. When everybody wants to be king, yeah, they all wanna ring, yeah, we all wanna be free. So show me what you got, what you bring, how you fight in the ring, how you
Small brush. But yeah, like I want a Tzeentch themed Knights army. I started building my list back in 9th, near the end of it, and 9th let you pick like Pantheon stuff, which was really cool in my opinion. And like a lot of the Tzeentch Pantheon stuff felt cool because you could make like psychic frickin' units, you could enhance certain functions. Like, they had really cool function. And I know, like, everyone's like, you want to play houses because the houses are just the strongest. Blah, blah, blah. But, like, I wanted to play flavor. So kind of knowing how that worked, I was like, oh, well, I'll build a Tzeentch themed Knights army, and then maybe in 10th, you know, I'll be able to just go with it. And then 10th came out and was like, Knights are very limited in what they can choose and do, just like everything else. And I was like, oh no. So, like, I kind of have it's mostly just the color scheme at this point. I do have an Abominant if I want to be like, I have a Psychic Knight, I'm Tzeentch. But for the most part, it just doesn't work that way. So they make for good allies, I guess, for my Thousand Suns, or I put them on the field and they feel kinda Tzeentchy because they're mostly ranged. Gotta make sure any and all. Like, I want to try to get a couple gemstones. All of this. Oh, they'll look sick. I'm kind of sad because I found out something really cool for a quick and easy Thousand Sun themed thing, and it's
Poggers.
the AOS ghosts, like the ghost army. Like, you kind of want to buy boxes of like their general ghosts that they use. Because you just, for anything Thousand Suns, you just apply them to it, and it makes them just look so cool. Because, I mean, Thousand Suns are basically the army of golems that are just ghosts trapped inside of armor. So, like, the thematic of just having ghosts all over the place, like, it would be so cool if my knights had, like, ghosts kind of coming off of them. Because that's another thing. That's kind of my favorite part of the tie-in between the factions, is that knights have that ability to, like, turn into incorporeal beings and shift through walls. That's a big thing with them. So if most of my knights had like ghosts coming out of like all different parts of them, it would look so cool. But I didn't really pick up on that until later. I didn't know that that was like a thing. So pretty much all my knights were already done by the time I found that out. Gemstoning together. I do think I might paint the eyes on all this stuff to be glowing though. I think that'll look really cool. Honestly, we might go late tonight. I'm just in that mood. I feel like we're so close. I can just stick with it. And the armor plate is almost done. I'm sure that's paper. I really like to get rid of it. Not paper. It's covered in gold now. Whatever it was. Let's prep the eyes. Get a little moon dust. Where's my punching needle? Oh, there it is.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, but I still go. Go, 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 go.
Don't need a lot of that because it's just a very small amount of eyes.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch
want to skip song, but so far into this. Last kind of thing I need to do. Hang on, let me check these. We're fine. Last thing I really want to do before we can gemstone and do the glow effect. I need Acerman blue. I should actually pull out all those stones as well. Feel like I bought a new Acerman blue in preparation for this day. Can't find it. Oh wait, here we are. Gemstones. So this is kind of my normal approach to doing contrast over metal. There's going to be a good amount of parts on the main body we need to do this to. Basically like capillary feeding it onto the surface. We're gonna have a lot to do with this in a second. I'm gonna have to pick this up, push it back a little bit. Let's do... We could hold on to that. We will do the gemstones, which I think for the most part are gonna be between green and red. Since most of this is blue anyway, I feel like going the route of green and red gemstones. Probably for the best. Not as cool as the Aldari flat gemstone approach, but I kinda like it. It does make it look like an actual rock that has like an under part that's kind of reflective. some spots and we'll finish out with red. Super quick, super simple. Move over to red. Giant shoulder gemstones. Nice. Quick and simple gemstoning. Now for some quick and simple eye glowing.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball and I prayed for my downfall, and I found a way to reconcile, 'cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend
Dude, why do you, the way I painted my my Gene Stealer cults, like, I knew I was getting into a team that's a little closer to Horde than Elite, and I was just like, oh, I need a plan. I need a plan so I don't lose my mind. That plan became, hey, I want to paint my Gene Stealer cult up to be more about light than anything else. So that just became the approach. %90 of my Gene Stealer cult paint job was exclusively done by the airbrush that I was working with.
forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, 'cause I don't like the person within. Oh, I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs, too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie.
Oh, dude. I glued people to the top of one truck, and I was like, I'm never doing this again. cool flavor and all, but like, why? I don't want to give myself more work with an army like the Gene Stealer Cult, dude. Building the trucks, like, oh my god, I hated it so much. There was so rare for there to be a moment when I was building my Gene Stealer Cult where I was like, this is really fun. Oh god, I've got recorded for a while. Alright, let me raise you guys up a little bit. Get some more room going. Work on the focus. Okay, so a key thing right now to try to hit. Oh, this is Soulstone. That's not the right thing. We're gonna try to hit all the core components. That I want to be faster than blue. I'll hit it with the blue. I also kind of got to figure out what I'm going to do. The weapon, the sword. I'm not sure. I think I want it maybe to just be all energy. We'll get some gemstones in the middle parts where the gemstone balls are. But then the sword itself is probably going to be... I'd probably decide on it being like the yellow to green on the main blade part, and then maybe like yellow to chartreuse where the fires come up. This is so much. No shame. I don't mind people leaving to go do stuff. It happens all the time. If it angered me, I would not be in streaming. Because that's literally like every moment, right? Like, people lurk, people walk away. People got things to do, man. I don't mind it. We're just trying to apply the contrast over metal approach to the areas I think it's important in. We're doing right now. I mean, look at my viewer count. Is it not a secret? Feels like a secret. Just us in here. Yeah, but what time is this? We're 3.5 hours in. You're just showing up now. On a Sunday, no less. What even is there to do on a Sunday? It would keep you away from such important things like watching a guy paint a miniature. balancing act. They're all a secret. I try to stream at least 3 days a week. This is not a normal day. I have to do a bunch of stuff tomorrow, so like tomorrow during around this time is my normal stream time. But like I was looking at everything I was doing tomorrow and I was like, I'm gonna stream today. That's what we're gonna do. Mostly because I want to work on this. I really want to try to get a game in this weekend with my Chaos Knights. So like even though Monday and Friday are kind of bad for streaming in terms of timing, I'm gonna try to get like as much time in as possible because it's not just this guy we need to finish. I have 2 armigers, at least one of which needs to be done before this weekend. Because I think I'm gonna try the triple executioner idea. Which ones? What, like what the new teams are gonna be? It's not Tyranids, I don't care. What's cool about the leaks is if it's a team, what that team represents is gonna be something most likely in 40k that's changing. Or getting an update. So what is it? Is it Vespids? Oh yeah, it's supposed to be what was it? It was like Kasserkin versus like Gene Stealer cult like it was something Wormbladey. I think I heard about this a long time ago. I don't think there's a lot that I need to paint like this. I think the most I got to do is switch over to the metals and do a lot of the piping. I can get underpiping done on this guy. So happy. is this red stuff? Did anyone check out that tournament I linked on the Discord? With the all cavalry IG army. It was so good. Such a good army. So stupidly good. Like, it shouldn't have been that good. Kind of fun to watch. The last matchup was a full Knight Grey Knight army. Like, it was literally it was the frickin', I never remember what they're called. It's the Knight armor suits that the Grey Knights get, and then to round out his army he had actual Imperial Knights. So it was just all Knights of the Grey and Imperial variety. It was great. Yeah, because Brood Brothers is going to be a refresh before the Genestealer Cult Codex comes out then. Because Brood Brothers were supposed to be like a thing, right? Like, it's a way to have allies on your team. Normally you just buy the Imperial Guard and you just run them. But you can also buy the Brood Brothers, which I remember they existed, but I think they've been sold out for a while. Maybe they're just redoing them. Yeah, the Dread Knights. It was literally Knights, Dread Knights, as a Grey Knight army. All Knights. Full Knights. 100% Knights. I thought it was hilarious. He lost to a World Leader who was using Hellbrutes, but it was like a close game. Alright, like, I went back to watch it later, and I fast-forwarded the final round, and it was seriously, it was like 3 guys left on the field for both teams. It was crazy. So cool. Oh yeah, the Brood Brothers. Yeah, I saw them online. And I was, because I was starting my Genestealer Cult army, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to go, because I didn't really have a plan that early on, and I was trying to think of some stuff. And then I saw that you could take Imperial Guard allies, and that's when I kind of kicked in this idea of like what I wanted to go. But eventually I just went straight Genestealer Cult. I actually ended up not doing any allies. That's what I keep hearing. Well, it's not the Shadow Sword, it's just the Baneblade, right? Because is the Shadow Sword the transport that you can't put anyone in? Or is that the Anti-Titan one? Because the Baneblade still is pretty good as an Anti-Titan, but it has like more guns on it or something. Or like a better general gun. And general damage rule. So like that was the concept, was just, oh yeah, go IG, maybe take a Baneblade and then a couple trucks with some squads in them that can resurrect. And that's it. I feel like that's been beaten into the heads though of every person that plays locally in my club area. Because I feel like anytime any of us go like pure monster or pure tank, it's never good. Like we always get just stomped. The only reason my my Mutilate Vortex Beast did so well is because I rolled so crazy on my Feel No Pains. Like all my Feel No Pain players out there, you guys know the feeling of like wanting to apologize to your opponent. Like you're gonna have that game where by the time you're done rolling like the first salvo of Feel No Pains, you want to look up and just go, dude, I'm sorry. Like against salamanders, he dumped so much stuff into me to try to like kill me, and I rolled pretty much all my saves and Feel No Pains. Like what do you do in that moment? What do you say? Like do you scream all as planned or something, and you know, just anger everyone in the room, reminding them you're a filthy Zinch player? Yeah, but that's Morty's Feel No Pains, dude. Mutilate Vortex Beasts, 5+ Feel No Pain, 5+ Invuln, toughness 10, I want to say. Like, tons of wounds. Good luck killing them. Although I will say this, Gene Stealer cults, oh my god. I thought I was moving away from hyper durability when I went into Gene Stealer cult, but I don't run them anymore, but I have 2 Abominants and 2 full Aberrant squads, and I scared the hell out of a Custodes player. Because he rammed my main, like, battering ram squad with, like, 2 of his full squads. And he was like, I got this in the bag. And then they didn't die. And he was like, oh, no. Like, he was genuinely just like, how? You think you can, but so the friggin' the one player I went against, also all things pointing towards like what potentially. Oh yeah, I had 3 of them on the field, but everything he dumped into my Mutilate Vortex Beasts, I would easily stand back and go, oh yeah, he's killing my Mutilate Vortex Beasts. But when all was said and done, no, it just didn't happen. Like we were staring at each other like, how did any of this occur in this fashion? It was so wild to see. Because he probably should have. He probably should have killed my Mutilate Vortex Beast. Instead, he overcharged like 4 Hellblasters into it, did like no damage, lost 3 Hellblasters. And then continued because of the whole death when you shoot kind of situation. He then shot more because he died. And then still continued to do just no damage. I just kept going. Kept rolling out those Feel No Pains like a madman. Kept getting a bunch of my invulnerable saves to filter the damage down. It was so crazy. And then literally the following turn was just 3 Mutalith Vortex Beasts ending half of his army. Alongside Magnus. Which, by the way, every interview I've ever seen with any Thousand Sun player who goes, Magnus should cost twice as much as he does right now, fully agree. Oh my god. Giving him... So, I would use Cabal Echo on him, and then use the reroll thing, because the reroll thing was a battle tactic, and the free command ploy is battle tactic. So you basically just give him just free reign to do whatever he wants in that moment. I gotta pull the moon dust back out. We're gonna do the flats real quick. You just give him free reign to just reroll, which when you have him set to sustained hit, which is what I had the entire game, I just had him designed as sustained hit. Oh dude, he's so strong. He's so stupidly strong. And then, yeah, you have sustained hit. He has a dev attack. You do the full rerolls. You fish for sustained attacks. Oh my god. Every turn, I killed a Dreadnought with him. And then I killed one squad. Because I would aim the anti-infantry at one of his squads, aim the Gaze of Magnus at a tank. And just dead. Instantly. It was so horrifying. His Gaze of Magnus would it would start with 6 attacks. Like I would get the general like 3d3 6 attacks, and then I would end with like 12 because of the sustained 1, just with all the rerolls. He never once shot at my Magnus because he just couldn't. He couldn't. I didn't give him access to my Magnus early, so he put a lot of effort into killing my Mutaliths, and it just didn't work. Which is so crazy. Yeah, Magnus is insane. Why? Dude, he needs to go up. He can single-handedly deal with 2 big targets every round. Going the -1 damage is so strong on him. Or if you can keep him hidden and do what I did with like the Mutalith Vortex Beasts and other like bigger characters, do the +2 inch to the move. Dude, like him just negating the biggest problem with Thousand Suns being their movement just by being on the field is so crazy. I had a Demon Prince on foot that I kept near him so that basically he would have the Demon Prince buff to reduce incoming attacks by 1 for their hit dice. So like he had all this like extra layer of defense while simultaneously just like having so much stuff on the field that made my opponent not really know what to aim at, because he could have spent 3 turns trying to kill Magnus, and then by the end of the 3rd turn he'd still have like 3 full health Mutalith Vortex Beasts just up in his shit, just doing mortal wounds with their aura. Like, that's not good. You don't want that. You don't want there to just be a thing standing in you that at the end of every enemy movement phase, you have to pick units up. And then to have 3 of them spread out evenly across your army so that their auras don't really overlap that much. Just constantly pulling you off the table. You do not want that. at all. That's like a special kind of sweat though, right? Like when a person is really mad that their best unit isn't cheaper so that they can bring more units. Like there's a reason it's your best unit and it's as expensive as it is. But like I play so many weird lists that I get to see the other end of it. Like there are units on the field where I'm like, man, I really wish I could take more of these, or maybe they weren't so like expensive. Like I do wish the Hellbrutes weren't as expensive. Hellbrutes need a points drop for the Thousand Suns specifically, or they need a change in their ability. One of those two things. If they can get a better ability than what they have, I'll accept them at their points value. But where they stand right now, they're a pretty good anti-infantry unit, just because the Thousand Sun benefit of Infernal Rounds on the Heavy Bolter actually makes the Heavy Bolter teched to kill Space Marines, which is really good. But like then you need anti-armor on top of it. Like most people when they pick a Hellbrute, it's because their squads don't have enough anti-armor and they need more. So I don't know why you would take an anti-infantry Hellbrute in an anti-infantry army. That just doesn't feel right. But yeah, he's really strong. The thing I think they consider balances him is his size. That's the only reason I can think of why they're letting him be as like cheap as he is for how good he is. Is that like you're gonna keep running into games where if the terrain's not set up well enough, turn one he's gonna get shot off the board. Like I think what is it? I think Votan can do it quite easily. They just give him some grudge tokens and just unload. Oh yeah, you would never see Magnus. Okay, he was good at the beginning of 9th, but apparently it was because no one had like too many rules. I think from what I understand, the Thousand Suns were among some of like the first things to get codexes for 9th or something, or updates. Everyone else was kind of running off the old rules for the most part from 8th. And then because the Thousand Suns got their rules early, units like Magnus were just really good because they had like fun stuff that wasn't common among armies. But then as the rest of the armies came out and were like, hey, we have even more fun stuff than you do. Which is kind of funny because apparently that's like AOS too. AOS, Disciples of Tzeentch, were apparently one of the earlier armies to get rules. So their rules just aren't anywhere near as good or fun as like the later armies that got kind of put out. Like the Khorne army is just so much more flexible in combat than Tzeentch. Tzeentch is very one-dimensional. But like I went up against a corn player, and like all the functions he had were just like really cool, like super adaptable, fun ways to be like, oh, I need to do this now instead, and then just easily be able to shift to it. Whereas Tzeentch comes into a game going, this is my plan, and then if your opponent goes, well, I'm going to counter it with this, Tzeentch crumples. Like that's it. It's like, oh, my plan's over. They can manipulate dice, yes, but like it's so weird. Like they don't feel good when I play in the AOS tournaments locally. I don't know, maybe everyone's just counter to me. Also, if you roll the initial dice you have in a game and it's all bad, you don't have good fate dice, and then you're just screwed for a little bit until you can try to like change it up as you go by re-rolling and reapplying and doing all that. Yeah, but I've also, dude, I fought, I don't know if my friend used the right rules. I try to think we did, but he basically played Hero Hammer against me, with one of the undead factions. He had God, what the hell is his name? Manfred. He had Manfred. He had Lucavi. He had one of the special heroes from, I want to say, Underworlds or Warcry. I can't remember. It was one of the special teams that has a champion that you can pick like what you're going to deal with against him, where you either get him, he's either incorporeal, which means you can't hit him with melee attacks, or gets like a bonus against you or something. Yeah, like he played me as those, and like unless I ran Enlightened with spears on discs, like he would just mulch my units. I was unable. I would just cast spells at him. I remember like playing a match against him where he like actually countered most of my spells. Like with rolls. Like there was a time where I was like, I need this spell. I'm gonna burn some fate dice to make sure you can't counter it. And I'm gonna go with a high number that there'd probably be no way for you to get. And then he got it. And it was just wild. Like he actively was just murking me at every corner. Which I hope we were because the thing is my buddy is only like so good at kind of giving me access to his rules and like letting me know what he's doing, which kinda sucks sometimes, because like I know he's not doing it maliciously. Like that's the big thing, is I think he just assumes his rules. Like he'll read them and then kind of assume something about them, and then when we play he'll use the assumption. And if the assumption's wrong, it kind of screws me over. Now, sometimes he does it to himself, too. Because I remember when he first played the Soul Blight, and I was like, I'm pretty sure they get ward saves, universal. And he was like, I don't know about that. I didn't see any ward saves on any of my lists. And I was like, I'm pretty sure they do. So we played a whole game where he just didn't have ward saves. And he still mulched most of my stuff with Manfred and everything. And I was like, all right, cool. And then I looked into it and I was like, dude, it's right here at the beginning of your book. It says all Soul Blight Grave Lords get, 5+ or whatever, 6+ ward save. I don't know. It's just the way they work sometimes. I feel like we got it right. I do. It's just seeing the variation in combat. Like, I guess it's probably because I try to use units I think are going to be fun, and then they're just not. Probably because I don't know the meta that well. I was trying to stay away from Enlightened with spears on discs, because I was reading their rules and I thought, these are pretty strong, but I kind of want to try this other thing as a strategy, so I went with Skyfires. And I gotta say, I hate Skyfires. I love Enlightened with bows and arrows in 40k. I hate Skyfires in AOS. Like, they just weren't doing damage. Even with access to like the dice functions and stuff, to like play around with the mortals or the instant damage or whatever, the damage that just goes through. It just, I don't know, it didn't feel good. It felt like a lot of work to not hit anything. Or not hit enough to kill stuff. Because I would put in work trying to kill Luca-Vi or his Manfred, and then they would just attack me in melee. I think Manfred has fights first. I can't remember if Luca-Vi does too. And then they just heal. So like I would do literally the damage that they're about to heal every single time. And it's just like, okay. I gotta tinker with it. I feel like I have enough units now that I don't have to be dumb, I guess. Because I didn't really have a lot of units to choose from early on. Like, summonable demons I really didn't have at all. I had a Kairos and I had a Lord of Change. So I ran the guild that lets you summon... What do you mean, Manfred? He had Manfred and Luca-Vi on the field. And Manfred would just hard screw me over. Like, every time. It's been so long since I played. I should have probably played in the new Escalation League, because I still want to learn it. And I feel like it'll be better for me to play against the rest of the club. Because a few of them, there's a few people in the club who hang out but don't play 40k. And they really want to play AOS, so occasionally there's events going on at the stores nearby that are like, hey, you're going to play AOS. And that's when these guys, like, light up. Sometimes he would charge me, but, like, once in a while I would charge him, and, like, I just wouldn't get the damage in. It would just, everything about him, the armor, like, I didn't have enough rend. He would roll all of his saves. Like, it was... Oh, it was something. He would just mulch my army. I think I had played one game against him where I managed to kill Manfred. He had huge movement. Like, what's the difference between Manfred charging me and me charging Manfred? Is it just the fights first? Or does he get, like, other benefits? Because that's the thing. This, like, there's a lot about AOS I don't fully understand. Like, why would I want to charge... I probably don't with Disciples of Tzeentch, but there's probably other armies that would. I never feel like I want to charge with any of my heroes, which is weird when you consider that all of the Disciple of Tzeentch artifacts, like the basic ones that aren't from whatever the current rule set is, are all melee focused. And like, I look at that and I think, I don't want to send a shaman into melee. I don't want to send my Gaunt Summoner in. Why would I take a melee thing? So I usually just take the Demon Heart and I try to do a turn 4 like big play. Let me do the flat white on here, and then we might start working on the metals. Yeah, and like I'd go for him, but like if a squad of Enlightened Zangors with the whatever that bonus is, the +1 to hits or something, +1 to the hit dice. If they can't even bring him down, like that's my biggest damage output for melee. It feels like, because we weren't playing in the what do they call them? Like we weren't playing the current season. We were playing raw rules. That was the event. It was the Slithering Isles. You play raw rules. You don't play to the bonuses. So I didn't have Hoarfrost. I didn't have access to that kind of stuff. And I had a boatload of Zangors. Because Thousand Suns. It was only later in that event that I bought a bunch of Kyriks. I like Kyriks. They're okay. And they're cool too, because you get so many in a box. You get way more than, you get double what you would get for Zangors for like $5 more. Which, that's actually incredible. Because they're the same size bases as Zangors, and they almost look exactly the same. Barring like the horns. So at this point, I'm just going to be buying Kyriks. So that I can have my Zangor Thousand Suns. And they're going to be like bulk Zangors and Kyriks. Now I have all the blue horrors as well. I feel like my collection's getting good enough that I might actually be able to field a worthwhile AOS list. Because that's my big thing. I'm trying to pay attention to the idea that the list that I was rocking was probably hot garbage. Like, I don't doubt it. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah. Oh, Jesus. That gold just, or that metallic just flew across my wet palette. I went crazy. I hear there's a new season though coming out for AOS. They're gonna start the new season soon, which means they'll probably do an event for it at the store. Which means I'll work on something. The Raw event didn't have you do any of like the more match play rules either. That was kind of like a big thing. Like the grand plan or whatever, the thing you're supposed to attach to your army. You had very specific mission rules for scoring. You didn't do the tactical scoring. So like it's just very different, I feel like. Oh yeah, addition. What do you think they're gonna do with the already existing armies? You think they're gonna 10th edition it over and just be like, here's all the basics and we'll release codexes later? Or do they just do that thing where they legacy everything in and then you just have to wait? That could be cool. Would be interesting to see what they do with disciples. Change it up maybe. Give us a different flavor. Or maybe they just refocus us on demon summoning. Kind of my big issue, because I didn't have a lot of demons on hand. Now I do, so maybe it's not so bad. there's a lot of there's so many players at our store that play Skaven. There's actually a really cool conversion somebody started doing. I don't know for what though. I don't know if he's playing Genestealer Cult or if he did this for something else. But he basically did Genestealer Cult but put Skaven heads on everyone. He made an abominant out of one of those Ogroid rats.
Atoms fall apart. Solar flares arrive. Buildings collapse. Only a few will survive.
But like, if you know how some of the Wormblade look, where they're kind of hunchbacked, they have like that space armor on that is like hunched over and forward, so that it comes out of the front of like a back protector. Yeah, he's got a ton of those with just Skaven rat heads. It looks so good. Wait, did they just are we talking about it now and they were like, hey, let's drop the rules? I promise guys, I don't know anything. Believe me.
The apocalypse. The heat is scorching. Forests burned up. The sky colors red. Volcanoes erupt. The world as we know it will no longer be there. Water is gone. A new era has begun. Prepare yourself for the apocalypse. The apocalypse.
Cool that they're going to be doing like a ton of big stuff with 40k with 10th edition, and now they're just like, hey, like I feel like they've been trying to solve their supply line issues pretty heavily, and it seems maybe like they've done a little bit of that, because like, you know, Mutal Vortex Beasts weren't a thing in the US for a year almost, and now they're back, and I ordered it, they sold out, and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then they were back in stock like a week later, and I was like, oh, something's going on. Like, it felt like something had changed. And now, like, 10th is in full swing. We got all this new stuff coming out for AOS on top of it. Oh, it feels like something's changed. Because they're also doing the updating of frickin'. They're doing the update to Underworlds, which a lot of local players are huge right now. They're thinking they love Underworlds because like their jobs are literally just like, hey, you have no time. You need to like actually schedule your life if you're gonna play like at a tournament or something. And to them, it kind of sucks because they really want to play these games. And then AOS is like, hey, do you have a half an hour? You want to play AOS? Or you want to play Underworlds? And everyone's like, yeah. So many people in the club play 40k. They want to play 40k, but like right now in the club Discord, if you're just like, hey, who wants to play Underworlds? You'll get some responses. What's up, Dragon? Going a little late because I kind of want to get some of the base detail done on this guy. So that I can actually glue his armor plates on. Like that's gonna be a big moment for this, is putting the armor plates on. Seeing kind of how they feel. I think I'm cool putting them on after I get done this this metal component, actually. 'Cause once we're done the metal, the glow is easy enough to deal with. The gemstoning is going to be easy enough to deal with. I can pretty much glue his core components down. Glue him to his base, and then we can maybe try to work on getting the texture paste onto the base, so that maybe on Tuesday I can just come here, color the base, and then we can get to work on the little guys. Want to get some gunmetal down. Thinking. We need more moon dust. I need to do the generator on his back. I think I'm gonna make his teeth glow. They keep doing that, is the thing. Like, the first time that they announced the what was it? What was it called? Salvation? Yeah, Salvation. The first time they announced Salvation, they did that thing where they like reminded people to pre-order it over the holidays, but there was never a pre-order up for the holidays. I know that they're trying to keep Kill Team going because there is actually a genuinely big interest in the game. It's also a great way to release like new stuff to try to put it in people's hands who want the new stuff on top of the people who want it for 40k. Because like 40k is a weird beast when it comes to trying to sell product. And Kill Team definitely feels like it's their, do I even want to do the coils? Like the new ones or just re-showing Nightmare is the thing. Oh, I know what I want to do with this. You say last one. Every season has like 4 or 5 boxes, and they've only done like 2 or they've only done 2 so far for this edition or this season. So I feel like we've got a little bit more to go, maybe, unless they've changed stuff. Question is, how are they going to show it? Are they going to do what they've been doing? Where they're literally just like, here's some silhouettes. Have fun. I mean, we've seen the Night Lords team. It's not in action. I want to see the rules. I feel like they're going to be close to Phobos. But they're going to have, like, they're going to be the Phobos with heavy weapon options or something. Or medium weapon options, maybe. They're going to be some kind of Phobos. Probably not with as many action points accessible. Like, they're probably not going to get... like, hey, do you want a free mission action? Like, they're not gonna go that hard. But there's gonna be some element of guerrilla warfare in them. Maybe closer to, or more akin to, Hand of the Archon. With the whole, if you get a kill, you get access to something. Or even if you just do damage, you get access to something. Yeah, that's in the lore. We'll see if that equates to anything in the not the lore. Go dragon red for the wires. Oh god, the dragon red's a little loose. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they got like a Harlequin function, right? Like the Harlequin get out of combat after hitting someone, that kind of thing. Oh my god. Why are these pigments just weird right now? They shouldn't be this weird. Maybe it's just, it's got to be the temperature change. I feel like all my stuff has drastically changed in terms of its like consistency.
I wanna be the best in the game, invest in my name, check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain, I ingest, I retain, assess and I change, possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints, money, clout and fame, a disease, a plague, we all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name, all our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be, living in a time where disease is on every screen, I won't let them fester me, I know most of
Screw.
negativity.
Phone call. Oh no, yeah, like triggering an aura every time you get like damage in melee or even a kill or something could be cool. Maybe that's kind of what they do. It's like Air of Fear or something, and you can pick like one of 3 options to be on the field at any point in time when you get like a kill or a wound on someone. Or maybe it's like critical strikes, like something will trigger it. Too much red on this wet palette. I'm getting overly zealous because I want this to be done. Yeah, that could be a cool idea. The problem with trying to force people to have to be like, I need to stay away from everyone. I feel like 90% of Kill Team is already that. Like someone carrying a frag grenade is already like the step of maybe I shouldn't bunch up in a group. Someone bringing a missile launcher or a grenade launcher. Like there's a lot of stuff in the game that's already in existence that's like you should probably keep your guys 2 inches apart at all times. And I feel like that already kind of like plays in to how people already try to experience the game. 'Cause it's like a passive thing for a lot of people, is sort of playing the game where you don't want stuff to take multiple hits from torrent or blast. That stuff's scary. Like when I play against my friend, even if I don't bring AoE to the game, he's still like, I'm just practicing for when someone does. Like, oh. Because it's good to instill the second nature of you just being like, I'm gonna keep my guys 2 inches apart. Or to know to like check at the beginning to be like, hey, do you have any blast 3? Hey girl, what's your blast looking like? You got some fine torrent. Dude, it's rough when you need a dice roll. That's always the trick in these games, when you need the dice roll. When like everything in your body is like, this has to succeed. I'm pretty sure in Kill Team, command point reroll is specific. It's been a while since I've played a game of Kill Team. I feel rusty as hell. But I feel like command reroll is for explicit things. Like you can't command reroll everything. There's just a small handful of stuff that it allows you to reroll. I don't think like tests like stun grenade is on that list. I think it's mostly just like hitting, wounding, saving, or just hitting and saving, I guess, at that point. Like, I like the idea of stun grenades. I don't think I've ever successfully used one. Get a smaller brush. Pick up some of this moon dust on it. Get in this little. Dude, Exaction Squad. I still feel like Exaction Squad is just not as good as they should be. I loved the buff they hit the Subductors with, though. Subductors are like the thing in that squad. I love the idea of them. They're just too good. Always going in combat first now, being able to stun people if you're the leader, I think it is. I think the leader gets something. He either gets like lethal, something or other, like... The leader with the stun baton and shield is just really good now. Yeah, the leader ploy, and I think it's free now, right? Like they made it free or something. I thought they improved it so that it's just more useful. Oh yeah, you get the first one free and then it costs afterwards. They have such good abilities too. Like, because their most of their ploys are based on the idea of only needing to spend once at the beginning of the game to be able to like reroll often during the game, which I kind of like that as an ability. Like you do reveal your hand a little if you're like, oh, I'm gonna reroll all my shooting. But I mean, who isn't gonna just assume you're gonna be shooting? Like, really? But just the fact that you can be like, hey, I'm gonna reroll all my shooting. No, yeah, lack of line of sight abilities are great. The warden aspects from the Kasserkin, so good, especially now. Oh my god, the new warden aspects ability, like, holy crap. Why you do this? He's so strong now. Anytime you remove line of sight from anything in that game, like the requirement of line of sight, like the full thing, it's just so much stronger than it should be. Like, I don't know if you've ever fought Chaos cultists, but the big cultist and his spell, where you don't have to draw a line of sight to the thing, you just need to physically see the place where you want to put his spell. Dude, that is so angry. If you hold off using it. So, okay. So for an action point, you pick one spot on the battlefield you can physically see, and you place a token. That token is now representative of a singular aura point. So you measure from the center of the token 2 inches. Every enemy unit within that 2 inches, when you place it, takes 1 mortal wound. If they are there at the end of the game, or the end of the turn rather, the end of the round, they get another mortal wound. So a horde army that most likely is going to fully activate, you're going to fully activate before they're done, has a unit that at the end of the game, it can just look at a point on the map. Doesn't have to be like on, like, okay, so if you're on a vantage and he's below you, the point can be at the bottom of the vantage. And since you measure through those things to see if you're within aura range, you're going to be within the aura range if it's sitting on the bottom of the freaking ceiling. right? Like just under on the ceiling from where you're standing. So the 2-inch aura is up there now. And like you just wait till the end and you just give 2 mortal wounds out to 1, 2, 3 people, maybe. It depends on where they want to put them. And then it can move it every round. Every round you want to activate it, you can go, all right, I'm picking it up and moving it over here. He has other good abilities. That ability is so obnoxious. He has a line of sight AP removal. And he also has a really good close range psychic ability that does like D6 mortals or something. It's insane. All right, we need to get this. This is actually going to be a little hard. KVD. I think what I want to do is I want to put crackle paste down here first. And then he's so far from being done. We're definitely going to need to spend another day on like properly getting him done with like the extra components, but I do feel like I need to go get food. I haven't eaten yet today. What we're gonna do is we're gonna place the crackle paste as like a core thing right over here. This is gonna need to dry for a while. So yeah, his 1 mortal wound spell is just too good. Against low health armies, oh my god. Alright, that's in place. They're fun to play, but in kind of an obnoxious way, is how I'll put it. Like, they're fun to play. They're not so fun to play against. While we wait for that to dry a little bit so we can put the armor plating on, because I do want to see what it looks like, we're going to get horse pumps. I kind of mold it a little bit. It's fine because this takes a little bit to dry. I think it could be fun. Well, okay. I think I'd enjoy it in like the long game. Like I would be like, yay, this was fun to do. But you always have to take a step back and think, man, I'm gonna be having to, you know, manage a bunch of nerds who are gonna get mad at certain rules calls, and they maybe already think like they're gonna be going into it thinking like this rule that they use at their home is the way it actually works, when maybe it's not. Like there's just a whole series of like problems within managing tournaments that makes me think like TOs are the unsung hero. I say they're unsung, but I keep hearing that they're unsung, which makes me feel like they are sung. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But yeah, like it could be cool to manage a tournament. It would kind of suck though, because I would want to play in that tournament. So it's just kind of that issue of like, you're doing it for the cause, right? Like you're playing the game, or you're doing the tournament because you want the tournaments to be a thing. But like, okay, so I've had a plan for 40K at least for tournament play. That I think could be really fun, and it would be like a meta breaker format, which I know is not a thing, so I've said it out loud, and you guys are like, what is that even? what is he even talking about, meta breaker? The idea is that we kind of enforce limitations on list building to attempt to have people make weird lists, but to not like completely shut standardized stuff out, right? For instance, specifically it's a multiplayer thing, which already I'm kind of niching the tournament. Like, I feel like the moment you walk away from singles, you walk away from people who are like, I don't have any friends, but I like playing Warhammer. It's like, well, that sucks, I'm sorry. But there's a few team-based tournaments that I've seen that like have kind of piqued my interest. And the thing they do in these team-based tournaments is they take like the group score from the game, and they try and like see who won through basically everyone's performance. So my tournament would be 3v3. The trick is that the lists that you're gonna play are gonna be like, one list is gonna have to have more monsters and vehicles than any other non-monster and vehicle unit. Which, I mean, if you think about it, it's not that hard, right? Like, if you have a friend that plays knights, or you know someone in your local group that plays knights who wants to go to a tournament, it's fine. There's your direction. You take your local knights player, and that's fine. But maybe you do something weird. Like, maybe you make that your Gene Stealer cult. army, because Genestealer Cult does have access to a lot of vehicles. I think my Genestealer Cult actually would be considered more vehicle than anything else at this point. I think it might be even, actually. Then you have another list that's going to be more battle line, and another list that's going to be more mounted and cavalry and like fly. And kind of the way that it works out is matchups are based on team performance. So if your team's doing really well, you'll go against other teams that are doing really well. And when it's declared like, hey, your team's fighting this group, what you need to do, yeah, basically, like you still have to do kind of the 10th edition thing of, you know, one character minimum as your warlord. But you could go all tank Space Marine. You could go all monster Tyrannid. But then you have the more battle line than anything else, and you also have the more mounted flying cavalry than anything else. Pile some of this up, I just remembered. Gotta go up under his foot. Marshmallowy. I'm gonna tear through so much of this pumice for this model. I'm probably gonna have to like come back when it's dry and put more down. No, yeah, I think it could be really fun because the tournaments I think people really enjoy watching and taking part in are the ones that are like, hey, you know those meta videos you see all the time on YouTube and blah, 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 you know, forget about them. And then to sort of like come up with fun alternatives, like your list must include 2 aircraft. Like, have fun figuring out which one of you wants to include 2 aircraft. I almost need 2 of these to make this work because you gotta like shape it and just like push it into specific spots. What up, Rax? We putting the basing on so I can try to put all the armor on before we go today.
On the cusp of what's okay and not morally gray, textbook insane. Now I'd like to draw this line you've crossed so many times. At this point I'm out of my mind.
Not done yet, but the armor plates are. And I really want to see what they look like. Like, I'm really excited to put them on.
You're so unlike me. Oh, I can't shake this feeling, 'cause I think I'm falling for the villain, and it's not looking like a good decision.
No, but this weekend. I want all of this done by this weekend so that I can do this, right? Like, I want to actually, like, bring this to something, record using it, I really want to try out this idea, and like with how badass he kind of looks, since he's like really adjusted and changed. Like he's very unique. And I don't have too many models that I've done this to make them super unique. So there's just like a value to me wanting to kind of show them off. Right? I think there's like a lot of cool stuff to kind of go over with bringing them into a game and being like, check out the thing I converted, bitches. Probably should have ordered Milliput though for frickin' shaping this. It would have been so much easier to already have the area that needs to be around his feet like done for shaping. What, this texture stuff on his feet? Yeah. You want the texture to dry first. But because it's designed for like actual paintings, it's already like pre-primed and ready to take pigment. So once it dries, you just go ham. Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if I came back on Tuesday and this giant pile wasn't dry. Like, I would not be surprised at all. Oh my god, he weighs a ton. Which is good. I'm gonna need to push this under and then flatten it down a little bit before I get the Danish? Danish? What's up? What Danish thing do you need to get off your chest? There's a lot of that between languages. So I'm guessing where you're going with this is when someone says dick pic, they're just saying dick dick. here we go. I'm gonna let that. We're gonna let that set. At the very least, if the texture paste, if the glue that I put on his foot doesn't actually hold to much, that's gonna like make it a brick. Because this stuff dries solid. It is unexpectedly durable when it's done. But let's get the armor components on. I really want to see it. I really want to take a picture of it. We still have we still have like 1 day maybe minimum, because we got to do the gemstones, the rest of the glowing effect, make the book look decent. Like there's a few things we need to do to finish it, but I really want to see these pieces. Dear God, I just want to see them on him. I'm trying to remember how we decided to do these, because I think it was this one down here. But yeah, language is fun like that. Just words that sound like other words that make things funny. I'm probably going to take the webcam off here to move it around when this is done, maybe. These are the two knee components. These are the two shin components. I'm pretty sure I want this one here. Sure. Yep, we're good. Question is, will it still fit? Yes. What the hell's happening? Yeah, let me just apply this there then. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Got that feeling the chest armor is going to be kind of hard. Because the weight difference on what these are versus what they were is like so drastic. And I don't know if the points where you glue were designed to be okay with the weight difference. Oh my god. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, jeez. Did you plug everything into it right away, or did you turn it on? Like, did you like normally what you want to do is you raw start new PCs by just doing kind of like basic driver, or you just plug in your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, and you turn it on. Because my buddies, when he bought his, it didn't work because he immediately plugged in one of those giant ultra-wide monitors to it, and it did not like the ultra-wide monitor. Oh Jesus, broken motherboard? I mean, at the very least, they're getting you new stuff, right? Like, they're not just like, haha, fuck you. Because that's usually the best reason to go pre-build. Is that they're like, oh geez, sorry, let's get that fixed for you. So, like, it's a little disheartening, but it's a lot better than normally when you like buy parts and then you find out one of your parts was not good. That's good. Chest relief plates. How do we... Where do I want to put glue for this? I'm going to put glue here. Be a little back here. Oh, did you order from Best Buy? Yeah, I don't know. I've never used Best Buy. But at the very least, at least you had like an in-person, face-to-face like tech thing to sort it out. Oh my god, dude, this thing is a titan. All right, so we still have some glow effects, some cloth colors like this. We got the basing to color. We've got a lot to do. I gotta wait for it to dry though, which is why I'm glad we glued it down today. But here we go. Hopefully the focus is good, and hopefully he doesn't fall apart while I do this. Oh my god, he weighs so much. Oh my god. Oh. I'm gonna take pictures. They're gonna be on the Discord and on Twitter and whatnot. Holy crap. What time is it? Oh my god, dude. I want to move the camera so I can work on him from the front and you guys don't lose what he is. Because, oh my god. New thing of music, please. Hold please. How am I even gonna move this properly? Oh my god. Move it back over here. Retighten. Reminder. These are the basic units from the army that this is from. This is the basic guy. Right? With his rifle and everything. I gotta bend it down. The glue dried. There we go. Or the paint dried. Basic unit. The big guy. And then to further push the point, a basic Space Marine, a commonly sized human. I do want to do blooded. I want to get a blooded team together, and I've been wanting a blooded team for a while now, and I think I'm going to do what a lot of people do, where they just buy a Necromunda team. I was thinking of getting one from my local store, but all the Necromunda stuff my local store has is like vehicles, so it doesn't really help me. My god, dude. Like, what the hell? Why? Why does he have to go so hard? We've got some fixing to do. I need to make the webcam go better. Like, I don't know how to do it. Nights are so hard to stream working on. Literally because, like, now I'm hitting my head on stuff. Great. Like, literally, they're just hard to work on because you can't find a good angle with a camera. So hang on. Dude, this has been weeks in the making. Weeks! I've been working on them for a while now. Get this brimstone going.
She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow. I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt a glow. The warmth inside me kept me afloat. It felt like heaven. It found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me.
What sucks is I kind of want to go over all the knights I've already made with this color for the glow effect. Because this is the actual fluorescent glow green, and it works just visually as well, in my opinion, as my original method of doing yellow into the Tesseract glow and just going from there.
Instead of death, but I keep fighting with each living breath.
Oh my god. He's so heavy!
Felt like the fire had burned me through. Now you're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time
Oh my god, is he front heavy? No, he's fine. Okay.
I will go alone. If I fall, break my bones, I will scream
I think it's either the base he's on or... Because the base was a little bent, which was a little annoying, but I figure the weight of this character will eventually kind of tame that. But the thing is, this fluorescent green, when you hit it with black light, like, completely glows. Like, it goes crazy. And I kind of want that to be, like, my army's actual thing. Which, not just for the knights, I'd have to, like, go back through even my Thousand Suns. Since a lot of their stuff has the glowing green as well, and I'd have to hit them all with it. So again, as we're wrapping up, the main reason we're doing this today, because I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I got a bunch of crap I got to do in the day. So I figured it would be good to get this in now, because I'm going to want him done by next weekend. And we got a lot of correctionary stuff to do on top of him, like a lot of fixing. There's always something extra you got to do whenever you're close to him being done, to be like, oh, well, this doesn't pop like I want it to. I need to add this, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's always a little extra crap going on. Oh, there we go. I was wondering why the top didn't look like it was all the way down. The last little stretch of trying to finish what you're working on is always the moment where it's like, wait, like you feel like you're spending just as much time doing that last little bit as you did at the beginning. Like up till that point. It's super obnoxious having to like go over everything and be like, oh, I can paint that wire. Oh, that needs to be slightly more green. Oh, I didn't notice any of these gemstones. And next thing you know, you're another 4 hours into it, and we got to finish at least one of these armigers to go along with the rest of the army to try to get a game in this weekend. Yeah, a lot of us were making fun of it because it's weird. I like the idea. It sounds like they're gonna have a Juggernaut mode where you actually fight a Space Marine, which is kind of cool, or you get to play as a Space Marine. I don't know how that works. But like the Space Marine armor for like the regular soldier is just awkward looking. But they've got Imperial Guard armor, so that's nice, decent. 'Cause that's kind of like closer to what it is. But then again, the trick is Imperial Guard armor just looks like regular soldier armor, so it's never that impressive. And I know a lot of the people on like my local Discord were talking about how they kind of were hoping it was maybe Krieg. It was the Krieg instead of what it was, which I think, is it Kasserkin? Or is it Katachin? I can't remember. I gotta take a look at it again. If it's Kasserkin, like, even though they want Krieg, Kasserkin, like, that's been the thing they've been pushing for like a year or two now. They've been really trying to hone in on people enjoying the idea of the Kasserkin being like that ultimate test of human resilience, since, you know, they lost their world. It's like, we have it in our hearts. It's like, all right, calm down. It's good to see that. Oh my god, I need to. There we go. It's good to see that they're, you know, expanding the universe, trying to bring tons more attention to all the stuff about the game. So, I mean, some things like this you can look at and go like, a little bit of a miss, but at least they're doing it. Like, they have to have some concessions, right? Like, it would be wild for someone to be like, oh, I'm gonna buy Space Marine armor for Call of Duty, and then it's actually like Space Marine armor. Like, everyone else in the game is like 5'10" soldier, and you're like a 7 foot tall, heavily armored tank. But like, the game still has you at like the normal health, so your hitbox is just massive, and you're playing at a huge detriment. Do the blade with this, but then I'm gonna grab the chartreuse for the rest of it. Like, I want the fire to be a little different. So like, it's cool. And they had to go Space Marine. Like, I really wish they maybe leaned into something different. But, you know, Space Marines are the poster children. I'm sorry as well to the webcam, since you guys really can't. It's so hard to deal with this now, because it's all together. We're gonna gemstone the rocks that are here. We got a lot to do. I'm gonna try to get most of the glow effect done though. Get it out of the way. Because I think, honestly, if they actually were like, it's real Space Marine, like it's Space Marine proportions, but we shrunk it down so that it matters for the competitive scene, that's almost more insulting, in my opinion, than what they did. Is being like, hey, you want to play a 5'10" Space Marine? And you're like, those don't exist. What are you even talking about? Alright. Short truce. Dear God. Move the light a lot. I don't even know where to put the light to help you guys. Let me remove this cable. Like, what do I do? This? Is that the answer? Also, the blade glows now. Barrel, teeth, all the eyes on all the stuff involved. We're gonna have more to do with the gun. Got to do the on the weapon. Or the paint dries, might as well use it.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep.
So, holy crap.
I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings.
We got, there's more exhausty function on here. That's probably gonna get the glow effect. There's the little, I can never remember, it's brake barrel, like brake barrels. It's the holes in the sides of the barrels. You can, I'm gonna do those as well. We can probably do the eyes on the sword, the slaughter brute head on the sword. Maybe the talons will do as well to give it some more glow, make it look more ridiculous over there. Gotta do the gems. We'll check on some of the wiring. We got the color on the base to pull off once it's done. Other than that, where is my Doomfire magenta? Doomfire. some Doomfire magenta. Such a good speed paint or contrast paint. Sweet. Pull off some of the excess. There we go. I'm gonna take some pictures, and then I'm gonna post them up on the interwebs and on Discord and whatnot. And we'll get back to this on Tuesday. This guy will hopefully be finished in the first couple hours on Tuesday with all the minor things I need to do. I say that out loud and probably take a full 4 hours. Honestly, I probably should take these guys home. The little dudes. And work on them on their own. But I don't know. At the very least, maybe the armor components, since we have to do all the coverage on it. Make it gold. But let's do a quick comparison. Before we go. We got like a couple minutes. I'm cool with doing stuff in. Hang on. So, to those who are uninitiated, this is based off of an Imperial Knight. Imperial Knights are super clean. They are not very chaosy. I play Chaos. It's kind of an annoyance that I have to consistently work towards, you know, trying to make things look the way I want them to look. So what you see before you is my most recent attempt to convert something from very clean, very basic. I'll actually show you. I'll give you guys a little look-see. At kind of how they're supposed to look, real quick. It's the one on the left. Can you spot the difference? Maybe. Just a little. Just a little different, right? Not just, it's only a little bit. It's only a little difference. You know, he's just a little different. But yeah, this is based on the conversion function that I really wanted to try to convert something with a ton of stuff. Like I wanted to go ham because the last one we did that we converted, kind of simple. There's his little brother, I guess. I just put little horns on him, called it a day. So, a little different. A little bit of a difference between the two. so wild looking. This one chest plate though feels very loose. Hopefully overnight it maybe glues and holds. Maybe I gotta like re-glue it or something. We'll find out. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully I can be back on Tuesday. It'd be nice. Probably won't go as late. Right, I'm about to try to pull this off and just re-glue it. I don't know if I want to though. I don't know if it's like settling or if it's just holding on by like a thread. I don't know. But yeah. Till Tuesday, guys. Later. He says out loud, remembering that his Steam Deck doesn't work right now. Kya.